Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Live deep. They let it, I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. And I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Right on the way 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 to the top. Did it, I did it, I did it. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with the buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Live deep. the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot in sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. Stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give me all I got. I'm going to the top. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends Legends and South Asia. It's me, Mandas, alongside Singla today. We have two best of threes yet again coming at you. We've had a lot of action starting from Thursday this week. Last Sunday we didn't have streams as well, so catching up on that action. We are in the midst of week 4 over here, and we have a lot going on. It's week 4, day 3, and now Kakao is getting a lot of games under the belt. They're getting points up. They're going to be featuring in today's first matchup, but honestly, the table between the third and fourth place, between third and maybe even towards the seventh, is a huge fight for a lot of these teams, given that they are so close by. And then just taking a look at your prize pool, it's going to be the 10 lakh INR prize pool with that spot at the LCP wildcard playoffs that all these teams are fighting for. At the same time, we are just waiting as well. You can see it's going to be that 10 lakh INR, that's a huge prize pool. A lot of that is locked up in the top 4 spots that a lot of these teams will be fighting for. You see dates to remember between qualifier 1, April 27th to May 11th is our qualifier 1. May 12th to May 25th is qualifier 2. Qualifier 3 was between May 26th to June 8th. 3 teams from each of them, 3 into 3, that's your 9. We're in the league stage right now, in the midst of it. It's going to go all the way till July 20th, after which the playoffs will happen between July 25th to August 3rd, where most of the action will be looking at. And you can see this format over here. Singler, just take us through it.
Yeah, so the tournament draft, the tournament format is going to be 9 team round robin league stage, which is over. Now, the top 4 teams will be battling in and out on double elimination playoffs, and the games are going to be full fearless draft.
They are full fearless stuff like across most regions right now. It's what we have embraced in totality between us, and it has made League way more exciting than it has been in the past few years. We're not getting the same boring, comps every single day, time and time again. We're just getting, multiple kinds of drafts going out. We're getting interesting picks coming in. Also, people with champion pools that are shallow are suffering quite a bit, and it's bringing out the ones with the deeper pools and showing you how it can go around, and making a lot of these players even go for lane swaps halfway through the series.
Right, and today's games are going to be very interesting because today the fight is going to be between the third top team and the fourth top team. I think Kakao has not played enough games till now, so they're going to be playing their fifth game as of today, and I think it's a very important game for both the teams to secure their spot in the top 4.
Kakao is 2 games behind SUVO haters in terms of how much they have played, but they're still the same amount of points, given that SUVO haters has had a very recent dip in performance. Even yesterday, they had lost their series against Phoenix Session in a 2-0 fashion, and they were giving up points pretty soon. But this is today's schedule. It's going to be Kakao Gaming versus SUVO haters in the first BO3, second BO3 for S8UL's fans will be between S8UL Esports versus Syndicate. Syndicate's another team that have been underperforming compared to what the caliber of players are there, and today is going to be their toughest battle as of yet.
Yeah, but I think Syndicate did a very fantastic job yesterday, and I truly enjoyed the game. But today, our game one is going to be between Kakao and SUVO. I think another interesting fact, Madness, today is that SUVO is actually an ex-player of Kakao. So I can see a little bit of enmity also between the teams, which will be very exciting to make today's game even more exciting.
It does play into the matter, but without any further ado, we're going to be heading off into the draft over here. As you can see, Kakao will be on the blue side, Shooters on the right side. Let's see what kind of bans are they going for. And we don't have Sam, we don't have Love to playing today. We have Vortex and Hallucination instead in the bot side. The Talia ban coming out against Shooters makes sense. Itachi does love playing the champion. He didn't play that well the last time we saw him on the Rift. Went down pretty few times. His laning phase suffers quite a bit when playing Talia, but later on in the matchups, he gets a lot of MPs. And his win percentage before the last series was 100% on the champ. Unfortunately, after the series, takes a dip.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it'll be excited to see, what if Vortex and Hallucination are able to fill the shoes of Sam and Love to, who have been performing really well, till now for Kakao. And I think it's an important game for Kakao to get the lead over Revenants and come to the top two stage. So they'll be looking for a 2-0 victory to secure all the 3 points for them. And with that, I think we see a Kled band coming in, being copies, one of the favorite champs, and Olaf, Talia, Diana, and Olaf being banned. I think Olaf's ban is very smart here, man, because we have been seeing Olaf performing amazingly in hand of any top player right now in any team.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe even an Aatrox ban could have paid dividends against someone like Navoid. People usually like to target him out. That's what we saw what Phoenix Essential strategy is. But the third ban from the side of Kakao is going to beat that Brom instead. That gets taken away. Let's see what Shooters want to round off their banning with as of now. ARG seems to be playing as well today, so even Shooters have some switch ups coming for themselves. We'll get the full picture once we head into the Rift, but as of now, just because the red side name is hidden, we won't know about it. The ban of the Victor against W not going to make that much in the way does get picked up as the first pick. Yesterday we had seen it from Shooters as their first pick, and they made it play bots. I didn't work out for them. I don't know if we're going to get something spicy or a curveball like that from Kakao Gaming, because they seem to taking this series with like a very chill stance on it, because I think they're maybe underestimating or believe that they are the stronger team in this matchup.
And I think Hue pick is beautiful and can be blind picked and has been answered by Aurora by Sue haters, as they have picked Hue enough, they know what to do against it. And with that, they're also locking in Pantheon. Pantheon can be a good flex pick, can be picked top, jungle and support. So I mean, let's see where they take that. And as an answer, Copy is picking Hecarim for himself. I think Hecarim is a champion we're not getting to see a lot, so like that is something new, something exciting. Oh, what do you think about that, Madness?
I think that is very exciting. I think Copy is going to be trying to dominate as much as he can. Ard is going to be picking up his trust with Pantheon. We're going to see Aurora in the side of the mid lane right now as well. The Xayah gets locked up without the Rakan for Kakao right now. So that's something the band should be going to aim for now, because ADC picked up. That's what you're going to answer back with. One of a ball, maybe looking to pick up the Aphelios for himself right now. That's what's getting hovered and gets locked in as we head into the second phase of banning. Some support bans obviously going to be coming out. The Rakan should be falling suit. You don't want to give them the easy Rakan. Xayah bot side, all that so earlier on in the season or in a series, and the Thresh instead from against Hallucination. Talk about Hallucination, because he's not been playing that many series right now for Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, hallucination is one of the old fantastic support that we have seen in our scene, clutching through his Thresh, right? One trick Thresh who has put really good hooks, and I think because of that they have decided to ban the hook champions against him, taking that away from their pool, and they're okay if he gets the Rakan with Zaya, but do not want to give him that comfort pick on the hook champions. because we've been seeing these hook champions have been creating so much impact in these games, and in the right hand can be very dangerous and game changing.
Yeah, exactly. This is what we've seen when Bob also gets his hands on something like the Blitzcrank. He's always changing how the fight is looking out. Hallucination, unfortunately, won't be able to play with Blitz, won't be able to play with Thresh. And the side of Kakao in the second phase banned out the Aatrox this time. They banned out the Taric and for the counter from SUVO Hater so that the Rakan doesn't get paired up on the other side with Kakao. They pick it up for themselves in a change of strategy in their draft heading into the second phase of picking. Let's see what blind pick top will be coming out from Dead Corporal today. We don't know exactly where he is, but probably will be still be playing in that top role today. Unfortunately, he's not been having the best showing when he's playing mid, but every single other role he has been shining very well for Kakao as a beacon of light. Leona gets picked up for Helu. Instead, he's going to be going deep in with the engages. Let's see how these solar clips land out. And what is the last pick coming out? The Camille getting hovered. Yes, we saw Hydra have an MVP performance in this champion. Let's see if Dead Corporal can also match that same energy.
Yeah, I think Camille being blind picked is kind of a bold move. But let's see what answer does Super Haters have for that, because there are a couple of, I mean, in early game at least, there are a couple of champions that can create a lot of pressure in Camille. Camille needs that time to scale up to bring that damage out, and with that, the Fiora has been locked in against the Camille. A perfect counter pick into the Camille can deny the deny the stun by her, can deny the and can scale up at the same level for the late game and create that pressure in the side lane. So I think both the drafts are very well planned. There was good amount of bans that came out on hallucination, and they also stole away the Rakan. So I mean, they give a lot of let's say priority onto the support, banning him away, and try to put him on his uncomfortable pick. So let's see what today Kakao's bottom lane has for us, and I'm very excited to see if they are able to create the similar level of pressure and impression.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, both these teams sitting on same points. Kakao does still have two more games to play compared to what Shubo Haters have played right now. So this is going to be an interesting matchup just for how the leaderboard is. Kakao should be looking to aiming for a 2-0 just to lock in more points with them. Shubo Haters have to bring back the form that they showed us early on when they were beating teams the likes of Syndicate with the performance they're having, and they left a lot to be desired in the match against Phoenix Ascension, because at one point even they were slightly ahead, and their mid game to late game, their positioning is not coming out quite well. The coordination is not coming out quite well from Shuvader, so they definitely have to work out on that. And maybe now with favorite picks, let's see how they perform. I don't think we can have Itachi. I think we have ARG in the mid instead, so that's going to be an interesting change of pace, assuming there's a substitute coming in. Pantheon will be playing in the hands of RD. He's always looking for those hard engages. He likes to get those kills and snowball early on, but if his team doesn't follow up, it could be a problem. We haven't seen Void play that much Fiora in Legends Ascent so far. It's mostly been the Gwens, the Aatrox, the Olafs, or certain picks like that. Let's see how well he does against someone as veteran or as experienced as Dead Corporal in the top side.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. I think Itachi will be missed today. I want to see how ARG playing not his comfortable role and against a grandmaster player like W. So I think it will be something to look out for. I want to see if Aurora is able to hold the ground against the Hui and is not letting him get that lead, because I think in multiple games we have seen the amount of damage Hui can do with his ult, with his AoE damage, can melt down the whole team in just one fight. So I think today there's going to be a lot of responsibilities on the shoulder of Aurora, not just to stay behind, but to get those perfect engages, to get those perfect ults, so that his team can get that victory, get that map pressure, get those objectives.
They will be looking for that. Let's see how the alts land. Maybe I'm not even sure if Itachi is not playing or is RD. We'll just find out once we head into the rift, because we can't see their names on the right hand side for now. But it's going to be an interesting match. It's both teams really need the points. Kakao maybe on the little less side of urgency because they have much more games to play as well compared to what Shuva Haters will. Because still 8 points even after playing such few games shows you how good Kakao is. They've only dropped their series to S8UL Esports, which pretty much every single team has who S8UL has played against. They have the complete undefeated as of now. SUVO haters, unfortunately, after seeing so good early on in the competition, has started dropping points a lot. They haven't won a series in quite some time, and definitely not in a 2-0 fashion. And they're pretty much regretting the choices against Phoenix Ascension yesterday when they couldn't pull off even a single game. That a single game would have gotten them a point, which would then put them just one step ahead of Kakao Gaming at this point. But unfortunately, they couldn't lock it in with the boys from that side, and they could not. I'm just not seeing the same team that I saw early on in the competition. I'm just wondering why that is actually coming out from them.
I think the top five players of the team, of the roster are not able to join because of whatever the reason is, but they cannot put, the full champions on to the roles that they're not comfortable with because this tournament is about, a lot of people are going to do their best. People are playing on top of their skills. People are fighting for that 10 lakh rupees prize pool. So I think every team is trying to do their best and putting substitute out there in a very important match is something that team has to take the bandwidth for that loss for. So that is something that I've been struggling with. But I was very happy yesterday when Kaka and I were also discussing about PNX, and PNX has been struggling. It was a beautiful performance by PNX against Suway Hitters, getting the 2-0 win. And I mean, the match was so exciting for me, man. I really enjoyed it, and I was so happy to see them back in action. Sri Lanka gave us some really good games, and made an announcement that look out for us, we are not going down that easily.
Yeah, I think PNX, they're veteran players, the people who've been in the squad for quite some time, because they also have a couple of new faces in that roster, right? But Hydra and the Shy Boy definitely showed up yesterday, each picking up an MVP in the series and performing really well. Especially Hydra on the Camille game 1 did excellent. See how well that Corporal does on that champion today. But I think, yeah, Shuva hitters don't have that 5-man strong as they would have liked it. I think they're missing out on RD over here, as well as, the side of Kakao Gaming. Maybe it could be easier bringing in Vortex and Hallucination instead in the bot side, maybe giving them some games under their belt as well, in case of maybe future occurrences that might happen. But let's see how well Vortex and Helu will perform bot side, because Vortex has, I think, sub once or twice right now for Kakao, but it's mostly towards the jungle side instead. Let's see how well he does on, his favorite ADC role in the bot side, how well he will be playing against, because honestly, going into this, I think prediction wise, from my side at least, it's a 2-0 Kakao over here, given Shuvator's recent form and given the precedent that Kakao has set for them as maybe the second best team in the region as of now. Any predictions from your side, Singla?
No, I truly feel it should be an easy win for Kakao today. I mean, Vortex, I know we have seen him playing in the jungle side, but I have personally, like, when I was playing in the scene, Vortex was actually the ADC that I was, playing support for. So Vortex's main role is ADC, and he is a fantastic ADC player. So I think that is something that, I'm very excited to see him on the Rift again. And even in Kakao, I think he can truly bring in that impression because he's been doing so well on jungle. So I have high expectations on him to do even better on his main role on that ADC. And even Hallucination and Vortex have been playing together from very very long time. It's a very perfect duo. It's a very comfortable duo. So I think it'll be and they're a very aggressive duo. So I think the Rift is going to be a little bit more fun watching them, playing together in the bottom lane, and I might get that juicy initial, invades that I look forward for. So I think the game just becomes more exciting for me, and I look forward for a lot more action on the Rift than defense today.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe some level 1 juicy strats coming out from them. Kakao maybe want to experiment a bit, especially how they've chosen their lineup. Like you said, aggressive bot side, so one above all and lean definitely have to watch out for these kind of pushes coming in. The aggression, they're not usually used to being facing bot side, because like Vortex and Halo will be trying to get that prior for themselves, will be trying to play it as well as they can. And one above all in region time has slightly had a dip in form. His champion pool is also a bit more shallow compared to the rest that he's playing against in Legends, and he has to correct those kind of mistakes moving forward. And if you increase the champion pool, especially in fearless stuff, it's always going to be beneficial for yourself. And another good part of Kakao is like their 3 players can keep on changing their roles no matter how they want to look at it and how they want to see it be. But it looks like ARG is going to be in the jungle, not in the mid. It's going to be Itachi still there. So ARG is going to take the place of Red Devil in the jungle for the side of SUVO haters. This is game 1 of the best of 3. This is week 4, day 3. It's going to be Kakao Gaming on the blue side, SUVO haters on the red. And already you can see Kakao are grouping up over here. They might be looking for that kind of juicy level 1 we were thinking about that they could provide from us. Navoid's going to be walking in to Dead Corporal. The trades are coming out. The Q2 comes in for the Camille. The Qs are coming in from the Fiora, but Navoid has to be a bit careful. W is also dishing out some damage. Navoid pretty much goes down here. First blood picked up by DC for SUVO haters. So for the side of Kakao Gaming.
I think that is something that I exactly warned you for. It's exactly what would you expect from the players like Kakao. They enjoy that early invade. They enjoy that early dominance, right? That is what exactly what I promised you, and exactly what we got to saw on the rift. They went on the top. Camille knew the whole team is there to back her up. Whoever was able to land the W, giving him that extra edge of damage, and with that, Camille gets the first kill and has that early advantage in the top already from himself.
Yeah, he picks up the boots, goes back, picks it up pretty fairly, comes back even for the wave. Avoid a bit of lapse of judgment, maybe not anticipating that Dead Corporal will have backup, but even then he was looking like he's losing out a bit in the fight. Had the flash to burn, chose to be a bit greedy with it and not go for it instead. Could have even burned DC's flash in the process, made it easy for ganks later on, but no. Instead, he just chooses to stand his ground. For that, he pays it with his life very dearly, and Dead Corporal is going to be putting on the pressure. He has the added movement speed with the tier 1 boots that he picked up for himself. Vortex and Halo in the bot side going out, maybe looking for the level 2 advantage to go in before that, because otherwise in that it could be a problem. Both ADCs coming in with the cleanse, given the kind of lane that they will be playing against. Cop in the jungle has the Conqueror instead of the Phase Rush, and the level 2 has been hit by the side of SUVO here, so they're going to be diving in, but level 2 gets matched very soon by the side of Kakao as well. Close exchange, nothing else coming out of it. Let's see how ARG does jungling, because RD's been known as an aggressive jungler. Not that much is known, at least in Legends Ascent side for ARG. He's playing for the first time for his team. Let's see how this person can fill in the boots for someone like Red Devil.
I think I'm, to be very honest, very very happy to see that ARG. Okay, wait, there is a lot of action that is happening. And Fiora tried to secure that kill, but DC is able to get the shield and get that kill for himself again. And with that, Camille is already 2-0.
Yeah, he even
Although
burns his flash to try and go for that kill, and DC is gonna well and truly take that kill for him. So now Void, being a bit of a shadow of what he is as a top laner in the face of DC, especially at that early kill that he gave off. This is just now a pure solo kill coming in favor of Dead Corporal, who picks up a longsword on his way back. Will be stronger against the Fiora, and the Void has to be careful. He is playing against one of the best top laners or best players in South Asia, and he has to be careful of how he wants to go lean. Might get caught a bit lacking. Hilu's just going to be pushing him out. They hit the level 3 first, get the wave in, and then going for their back reset for the side of Kakao's bot side. And over here, Halo and Copy going to prevent ARG from taking this scuttle. W is trying to get some damage out from afar. Instead, it's going to hit Itachi straight in the face. Now, Void against Dead Corporal top side. Nice reports coming in for him. Wins out on the trade, at least this time. And maybe this could be turns in favor, but it's already an XP level advantage for the side of Dead Corporal. He's looking good. Second scuttle also going to be denied to the side of ARG, and he's struggling to find his footing in this matchup.
I mean, to be very honest, I'm really happy that ARG is not playing mid and playing jungle, because jungle is a role that is much more comfortable for him. Pantheon is the champion that is much more comfortable for him. So Itachi being in the mid will have much more impact and much more secure assurance for the side of SUVO haters. So let's see how ARG is able to perform today, but I think he can do well. But I think that's something that you really rightly said, man. Is Navoid is one of the new faces that is coming up that you and I've been watching and been very excited about. But at the same time, Dead Corporal being not one of the best player in the top lane, but being one of the best player in the region who has represented India, India in the Asian Games for
Oh
us.
wait, hold
So
that
I think
thought. Our ARG is coming in for this. Dead Corporal might be in a bit of trouble. He does have the flash, gets being forced to burn it once he sees the Pantheon moving on to him. He gets out of the exchange, Flash getting burned this time for the side of Dead Corporal, but he is up in CS, will be looking for back and going back into lane. Helu goes in deep here in this fight. Vortex gets exhausted. The cleanse coming in from one above all, as well as from from Vortex, but Vortex ends up going down. Lean claims the kill. Helu still on the back of the Varus. A nice heal coming in from Lean, who flashed in to protect his ADC. Now Hallucination has to be a bit careful. Here comes the Q from the Varus with the 3-stack blight. The damage is there, but it's not enough to finish off the support from Kakao Gaming.
I think that was a very, very close fight, but the exhaust just went in clutch because I was already a little bit low in HP even before this. But Copy has just come down, saw the opportunity, and takes away a kill away from SUVO haters. And with that, they already get the advantage for for the fleet of power.
Yeah, they get the feats of warfare. One already component of the feats of strength locked up with a bit of an overstay from SUVO Rater's bot side. Copy comes in, gets a nice kill, gets a kill for his troubles of roaming all the way down. The Dead Corporal's nicely freezing the wave against Navoid. Navoid is going to have a tougher time coming into the side. He's also building up the tier. Matt is going to help against a guy who's going to try to permanently freeze waves against him. Drake has spawn, is started up by Copy from the side of Kakao Gaming. Not much of an answer coming in from SUVO haters right now. Vortex RH has to be a bit careful where he is. The snare does land onto one above all. The Q comes in. He narrowly dodges the sword from the Leona, but the E from one above all secures the kill. A bit of misstep coming in from Vortex. He overstayed his welcome and paid with it with his life. ARG is going to jump onto the way. The ultimate comes in, comes the Aurora ult as well. Copy's coming in for the chase. He ults the backline, gets the fear in. Lean gonna knock him up in place. Copy has to be a bit careful because here is Varus. The Q misses from one above all, but it's a double kill from RD, who flashes in, picks that up from himself. Now Hallucination is left all alone, and in a matter of seconds, that is going to be SUVO haters turning the tides in terms of kills. What looked like Vortex making a mistake turned out the entire of his team makes a mistake.
I'm a bit confused of what just really happened there. I think Zaya stayed more than she was marked for, took a lot of damage from the Varus even before getting out. Then they tried to put an engage into the tower that was missed by Leona, and Zaya ends up staying there for much longer, and Varus just puts in the arrow and securing the kill for himself. And even after there was an advantage in the bot side, they still decided to take a fight in the mid that didn't fall their way. They were not able to get that enough damage to kill them. The fight was always from against 2 to 4, and they end up giving up a lot of gold towards SUVO haters.
They do give a lot of gold. They now have the slight edge in terms of gold difference for the side of SUVO haters. It's a 200 gold lead that they possess. I think you just get the Drake, you get out. W was locked up, but he flashes and gets out. There was no need for Copy to go in the backlines over there with his own ultimate. I think they just got overzealous there. They are slightly underestimating SUVO haters and taking it a bit casually in their approach to this matchup, and you can see it in these kind of plays happening out essentially over there. ARG, nice flash spear forward, gets 2 kills for himself, does a fantastic job, and he's already coming to a good role over RD, playing well on what RD's signature, one of his signature champions is, that Pantheon. ARG is doing phenomenally compared to, and it's also because Kakao is giving him the opportunities to go in like that. If they're going to give it, a team like SUVO haters is not going to give it up for free. They are going to take advantage of it. And Kakao Gaming has to keep this in mind, that this is a strong team. It is not one of the weaker teams in the competition, and they have to come out with their full force. But guys, while we take this break, please make sure to stay tuned. We'll be back very shortly.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and B, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Stand at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top.
Guys, we are back after that very short delay. It was because one guy had DC. We were just waiting to see how when he can join back, and he has joined back to the game. So we will be continuing very shortly. This is Legends in South Asia. This is week 4, day 3, and the action is going on. Warriors get picked up by the side of Kakao. It's gonna be the side of Show Raiders on the back foot. ARG falls down to the hands of Hallucination, and there's Dead Corporal cutting out any exit strategies that they had. That's going to be Lean falling down as well as Itachi. There's a 3-4-0 in favor of Kakao, but that's not before SUVO Haters had taken 2 out of the 3 grubs for themselves.
That was such a good welcome back to the Rift, yeah. I mean, we got to see so much action right when we were back on live back on this stream, and and SUVO Haters lose 3 members for 2 grubs, which is not a very good deal that they're looking for. But with that thought, I think the Fiora is just going all in onto the Camille. She sees the opportunity, uses a flash, lives with 1 HP, but for some reason, Camille comes back and gives that gold away to the Fiora. I'm a bit confused what Dead Copper was thinking back there. He was out, the flash was burned. He saw the Hecarim coming in. I think he wanted to stay back and turn around for a fight, but did not have the mana, did not have the HP, and Fiora was just able to secure the kill with her Q.
Let's just put that down to limit testing at that point, because honestly don't know what DC was thinking over there. But Hallucination Sword does miss out on He's going to walk up for it. He wants to get the stun onto one of our. He flashes forward, but it's Lean who ends up eating the stun. Dead Corporals come on from the side with his own TP, but they can't actually get any members. Vortex RH is low on HP as well. Itachi is going to be coming in. He has the ultimate. If he connects, this could be problematic for Vortex as well as Dead Corporal. Vortex flashes away from the cube from Itachi. That's going to be Lean going down. Copies coming in to join the fight. Ultimate with the fear prevents any members of Shoe Raiders from going away. It's yet again another 3-0 in favor of Kakao Gaming. And that's 3 crucial kills for Dead Corporal with a triple kill with him. He's 6-1 already. W has come to match the void in the top side, but just that one fight at Drake Pit doesn't mean anything given the aggression that Kakao is showing afterwards.
Yeah, the dab comes out from Vortex, but I mean that thing, the way that fight started would look like a disaster for Kakao, to be very honest, and because the Leona missed her E, she was not able to land that E, was not able to land that stun, and had to walk all the way in, because of which Varus was able to take out so much damage, almost melted down the Zaya, melted down the Leona, but the whole team of Kakao then suddenly assembled. The Camille came in with the TP. Then the Hecarim was able to join the fight. Camille goes back in. Leona goes back in with the stun and is able to secure another 3 kills for themselves.
He gets that up. Dead Corporal also doing good in CS against Navoid. Navoid's a bit behind. TMT should be able to pick up minions very nicely against his third. He's going in against Dead Corporal, but Dead Corporal's Q2 is also doing so much damage. He uses the zip lines to get out. Hallucination is going to go in for the fight over here. Lean goes in, gets back out instantly. There is no roots with the feathers after the E pull back, so that's going to end that exchange. In the meantime, in the mid lane, W with a good CS lead over Itachi. Itachi is struggling quite a bit in terms of CS. He did go for quite a few roams, didn't pay out the way he exactly hoped for. Navoid getting locked up. Now the ultimate comes in from Dead Corporal. Navoid answering with his own, but the Q2 ends up securing the kill against the Fury. That's Dead Corporal going on a rampage. He's 7-1-0, and this Camille is way ahead even after some silly mistakes he had made against the Fury. Kakao going to be starting up the Drake. They're going to be locking that into place. Lean's going to be coming into this, uses ultimate to maybe deter members from jumping onto one above all, jumping in and out, bobbing and weaving in between, prevents any of their death. They're going to get out with their lives, but they're going to burn the ultimate from the Rakan.
The Kevin is doing so much damage. Okay, the Leona lands the stun on Varus, and they're just able to instantly kill the Varus right there. W lands his ult, lands the W, and is able to secure another kill on the Rakan. And for himself, that was very well played by W. Was able to snipe the Rakan down with his ult, with his W, and with that, the lead for even W just ticks up slowly by slowly.
Yeah, it's a good ultimate coming from W. It's a bit about lean and one ball not respecting that Helu can just instantly go back into the fight with that Leon, and that's exactly what they don't do. They pay it with their lives, and unfortunately, that's going to be Kakao Gaming 12-6 up in terms of kills, 5k goal lead at the 13-minute mark, and the Void still batting against Dead Corporal over here. Dead Corporal wants to come in and get that Q2 down. Nice repose coming in from the Void, prevents that from happening. Lean is around the corner, but so is Hallucination. It's going to prevent any of that side. Lean comes in, protects the Void, gives him the heal, but it looked like they really wanted to get this kill. Here had come the Solar Eclipse from the Leona, but it did miss out onto his target. Itachi is going to TP top side. That's going to allow the Void to recall, go back mid instead to match the wave there. So they've gone for their own lane swaps right now. And Rift Herald going to be up in 1 minute 20 seconds time. That's what you're going to be looking out for. Hallucination is just waiting this bit, maybe to catch out on Lean if he walks this way, but I don't think Lean will be doing any of that sort. One above all, nicely with his poke build in the bot side, doing well against Vortex RH as of now. CS-wise, Vortex is still up ahead on that Xayah, but this poke virus might come in online. He's already having some good snipes with his Qs, almost every single time landing them. Copy going to be invading into the jungle of ARG, going to be taking his chickens away. That's going to be no chicken meat for him. And he's going to be jumping onto Lean. Lean has to be a bit careful. ARG is coming around the corner. Copy might be a bit isolated at the end of the day. Copy going to be channeling his ghost, trying to get out of this fight. W is coming in from downtown. Nice W from him as well. The ultimate comes out, but does not connect from the Hue instead. Now Flashpoint by Aurora pops her own ultimate. Copy ends up going down. W's left alone to stand. Avoid won't go down any easily. The Fear Headlander, one more auto and one more ability might have done it for the Hue, but no, it's going to be Aurora claiming that kill as well. 2-0, this time going in favor of SUVO haters. One of them has to be careful. He doesn't want to get dove. Vortex is low on HP. He has to also be careful he doesn't get sniped away. That's why the bot side of Kakao going to be backing out instead over there. But a silly error coming from Copy, a bit too deep for him, and gets punished by SUVO haters.
I think that was a strategical call. I think that is something that we call limit testing, something that you spoke about a little early. But with that, hold this all. Leona is going in, but I don't know who's gonna follow up with her for the damage. Decides to go in, lands the lands E, lands everything, but there's no one to follow. But W comes in with the TP. Leona goes back in, who is able to take out so much damage onto the Rakan and is able to secure another kill for himself.
Yeah, I think the call was from Helu to just go in as soon as possible. The TP was coming from W. He does come in, picks up the kill on to Lee. Now going to sweep this ward, going to take the vision away. Copy yet again, going to go into the opposition jungle, maybe take the blue buff away from ARG. ARG has fallen slightly behind in terms of count, around 20 CS behind right now. Itachi, nice footwork, dodges the spear from Hallucination. Hallucination is just going to prevent Itachi from even going to attempt any kind of steal whatsoever. But you spot out Copy. What does SUVO? There's a good macro caller coming out from them. They're going for the Rift Herald instead. That's going to end up picked up. There's not going to be much of an answer. The feats of strength have already been secured by the side of Kakao Gaming. They already have so much pressure for them. They've picked up the first turret. Bot side, tier 1 goes down. Tier 1 in the mid side has also fallen. Dead Corporal against the Void over here. This is going to be round. I don't know which one between these two behemoths over here. The Sibling comes in for Dead Corporal. He's going to be safe. He's not going to be caught out whatsoever. He's up quite a bit in CS against the Void. 22 CS in his favor, and the gap between the jungle camps is just increasing and increasing.
Yeah, I mean, also to point out, Copy is above one level above ARG already. It's the kind of pressure that will start coming from his side will be a little bit more slowly. So let's see how the game does and how ARG comes back to this game because and with that hallucination again finds Rakan standing alone and in his jungle decides to go and there's no one to follow for. I think these are some kind of happy teasing happening between the two supports in the bottom, showing their dominance for securing vision right now. But with that, this Camille is doing so much damage. The Camille has already finished the first item on the move of finishing the second item. Some of you are still able to match the CS. She's not fallen behind a lot, has not fallen behind a lot into the
Oh, Ray
uh,
Peril summon mid side goes for the tier 1. It's gonna get caught out. ARG, he has a solar eclipse, doesn't stun, but it does slow down a lot of members. A good 3-man ultimate coming in from Itachi, but he's left alone. Lean tries to flash forward with his ultimate to prevent members from going out, but he's gonna give up his life instead. ARG left alone. It's a triple kill coming in for Fortis. Could this be a quadra? The feathers fly. It's a quadra kill coming in for Fortis. In the meantime, off your screen, top side, Navoy got a solo kill onto the Camille. Gets a good shutdown for himself. But overall, cross map, it's still a 4-for-1 in favor of Kakao Gaming. They wiped the floor with Shoe Waiters. It was a good ultimate from Itachi. The follow from lane was a bit too slow, and there was a bit of isolated fights of 2 members here, 2 members there from Shoe Waiters that led Kakao to win that. They're going to pick up their third Drake. This tier 1 is going to follow suit, and it's going to cause Navoid to give up his life. He's going to sacrifice himself for that turret.
Yeah, I think what he was looking for is the gold bonus that they got from the tower being behind the objective bonus that has come in for the team. So I think the exchange was okay, something that he gave up on. He knew that he's gonna die, so he thought he'll just take the tower with him. Right at the same time, in the last fight, the crucial moment was the Varus missed the ult. Even after Itachi having such a good engage, the Varus ult was a crucial miss out from their side. That denied a lot of damage to come out from his side, a lot of CC, because of which Zaya ends up picking 4 kills and will be very ahead now. Will be able to secure the second item for him and got a BF sword moving towards that Infinity Edge as the next item for him. After which he's gonna be an absolute monster, gonna do a lot more damage for his team. Kakao is already on Dragon Soul Point and will be looking for securing the soul and ending this game very soon because they're
Yeah,
already at a
Mountain Soul.
6k goal lead.
Yeah. Mountain Soul already secured, but Navoid triggers the ultimate onto Decouple. Two more vital procs he has to get, but now the ultimate gets proc. The heal comes in. It's going to be a kill. You waste the Aurora ult as well over there. DC ends up going down in the 2 versus 1, but it might be Lean that gets caught out over here. But Decouple overstaying a bit of his welcome. The lead that he had is not manifesting the way he wants. Remind you, he got solo killed by the Fiora when he was 7-1 against the 1-3 Fiora at that time. So a bit of mishaps coming in, maybe just overconfidence, overzealousness from DC in the top side, but he does go down. They do get punished. Now the Aurora ultimate would have been good here, but it's going to be W who procs his ultimate onto Lean. This ult's going to do a lot at the sidelines. ARG is going to jump in. Hallucination and W have to run out. They're not going to end up winning this fight. They have to be careful on the Void, and Copy going onto head-to-head on that side. The ultimate from Copy doesn't hit onto the Void. He traggles his ghost, trying to go forward. One more Q from Copy. The slice of his side gets the kill for himself. But that was a very messy side, bot side, before we had Pan to the top fight at the end of the day, because that was an ultimate used by the side of W. I think if Itachi had his ultimate, which he had not wasted top over there, this would have been even 2 more kills coming in for the side of Shoewaiters. But at the end of the day, it's pretty bloody fights going on. It's 29 kills in 20 minutes. Goal lead for Kakao is sitting at around that 8k mark. But they are making certain mistakes sometimes from time to time here and there, and the positioning is not as good as it could be. But still pretty dominant, still have the reins of this match. It is pretty much their game to throw given how the state is.
No, I think for sure, and the amount of damage that they're already doing, they look like living monsters. They have this game into their, claws already, and I don't think the Kakao is a type of team that will throw away games. What they're doing is, I think, having a little bit more fun on the rift, doing certain amount of limit testing. Like in the last fight, I think they invested a lot more ults onto Rakan. The Zaya was not able to step up as Varys took out a lot of damage, hitting his ult, hitting his Q, and already putting around taking away 3/4 of his HP, because of which he was not able to do any damage, was not able to step up, and the fights are looking so close for the Suva haters. I think even after all the lead that Kakao has, Suvo haters are still holding the ground decently, are able to take out the damage with the amount of CC, with the amount of poke that they already have, and is still keeping the game quite interesting for us.
Definitely is keeping it quite interesting for us, as you can see and pan out about how this game has been going on. ARG has been doing an okay job of filling in the boots of RG. Mind you, he's a substitute for the side of SUVO haters coming into this matchup. Pressure of never playing in Legends End right here. That Corporal might getting caught out yet again. Walks into the bush, face checks it essentially. ARG and Avoid going to be locking him up. The ultimate comes in from Dead Corporal. Here comes the zip lines to try and go away, but Avoid's ultimate is following him. It forces DC to burn his flash and get into the Baron pit to escape the clutches of the Fiora. Now that's a flashless Dead Corporal in the next fight, but it looked like it could have just been his death. Essentially, he does get out barely. The zip line and the flash save him. Drake coming up over here. Mind you, this is Kakao's Soul Drake if they get it from Mountain Soul, and that would be very good on players like that Corporal, on that Camille, on that Hecarim, on that Leona. It gives that added resistance that they do require in additional fights later on. Let's see how well this time the side of SUVO haters can answer it. Let's see the vision battle that goes on between them, because until now they've not had much of a chance to actually contest one of these drakes.
Yeah, this time, I mean, the Hecarim is still in top, securing certain amount of gold. Support has already walked down with W getting the vision clone, but the whole team is just walking into the bush. Hoe is just waiting there, taking out so much damage, and they're able to kill that Fiora already. The Itachi comes in with his perfect ult, but there's no follow from the team, and has just died coming in. All the members of Suvo haters are falling one by one, and Zaya is able to get another quarter from himself. They're trying to give Penta away to Vortex, one above all. Stay down for a minute. Copy trying his best to give it to his teammate, but is not, and that couple gets the last kill. With that, Zaya has to be satisfied with only the quarter for himself and to take away this first game for his team.
He definitely ain't satisfied. I definitely think he's flaming Dead Corporal in their VC right now. Dead Corporal steals that from the Zaya. The Feathers Fly would have actually connected and would have claimed the kill onto one of them all. That's going to be the second quarter for Vortex in this matchup. DC might be getting caught out yet again. The ziplines come in, but the knockup from Lean does follow as well. Navoy is going to be dished this damage. Ultimate being procced by the Fiora, but here comes RD from the heavens, allows for this triple man setup onto Dead Corporal, dying for the fourth time this game. After a 7-1 start, he is now 8-4 on the Camille after even stealing the kill away from Vortex. And I think Vortex is saying this is a bit of karma for that. But in the meantime, Kakao Gaming do pick up their Mountain Soul and are looking very well aware of taking away this game one in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I think the now Kakao has already got the soul. Camille is pretty fed. They're already deep into the rift of Sui haters. They're gonna look to get this, a little bit of objective here, get a little bit of vision priority. Gonna go back and are gonna directly start moving for Baron. But I think Sui haters are also expecting the same thing that we're talking about and are waiting for that moves. They have taken the entire priority of the jungle. They see Leona moving in. They don't decide to go in as it's a Leona who can tank a lot of damage. With that, the game has suddenly gone on to pause. I think one of the team is feeling some technical issue, but it is resolved shortly, which is a good sign for us.
Oh, Vortex against an avoid over here. The Feathers are getting pulled back. That's a 1 versus 1 in which Vortex definitely coming out very supremely on top. Dead Corporal goes zip lines in, comes into the fight. Doesn't even take any damage at this point, especially with the Death Dance completed. Especially with the flash for the sword does connect. The ultimate connects from the Hue as well. Lean goes down. Vortex has gone legendary. I certainly this will get unpaused and ARG will be falling down at the end of the day. ARG just about surviving. And it looks like Itachi is getting caught out. It's going to be every single member from the side of SUVO haters going down. And that's going to be a complete ace for the side of Kakao Gaming. With a a bit of hiccups here and there in the matchup, especially coming out from Dead Corporal. But otherwise, a very one-sided affair game one-wise, and SUVO haters definitely have a lot of work to do going into game two. They cannot play it like this. They're going to be fountain diving from the side of Kakao. They don't care about stats. They double execution coming out from their members, and Lean goes down, Fiora goes down, Vortex still legendary, another double kill for him, and he's being fed kills left, right, and center. One above all is going to get pretty much spawn camped, spawn killed over there, and this is turning out to be a bit of cyber bullying coming in from the members of Kakao. They don't even want to end, they just want to hit more people in the fountain, and this is just a bit of whack-a-mole that they're playing over here.
I think Kakao just showed, tried to show the dominance, creating that pressure even for the second game, showing why they are one of the top teams into the Summoners, right? I mean, right now they're at the position 3, but they are one of the favorite team of our viewers, have a good fan base, and has shown, great dominance into game 1, showing that, they are also here with the mindset of taking this series away at 2-0.
They are definitely looking like that. That's the domination you expect out of a team like Kakao Gaming. This is not the kind of performance expected out of SUVO haters. I expect much more of a fight coming out from them, especially how they, played against S8UL Esports. They were keeping it much even earlier on, but this time it got blown apart. That objective fights weren't coming. This is also because RD is also not on the Rift. It's going to be ARG instead. Maybe RD does a lot of also their shot calling, and that's maybe where they're falling a bit behind, because so many times we've seen Itachi going in a bit too early in the fights, a bit too late in the fights, hits good ults, but like you said, there is no follow-up coming for this Aurora. Now Void trolls a bit early on, gives up 2 very fast kills to the side of Dead Corporal. Dead Corporal not even using that completely to snowball. He also ends up dying, takes away the penta from Vortex, and I think that's something that cannot be forgiven. You're not allowing your ADC to get a penta in a tournament like Legends, and that is something that deserves a curse at the end of the day. But they are going to be happy with the results. Vortex coming in instead of Sam, Helu coming in instead of Love2, and performing very beautifully. Both sides, they were dominating very well. It was only that one unfortunate death that Vortex had to the side of one above all on that Varus. Other than that, Vortex played it pretty well, was safe in these fights. The peel was being provided for him, and he had no problem whatsoever. Take us through a bit of these stats over here, Singla.
I think with this, we went, we finished our game 1 for today's evening with Kakao going 1-0. 32 kills to 11 kills only for Suva haters. Kakao had an 15,000 goal lead for them in the game 1. 10 towers against giving away just 1 tower, having all the dragons for themselves. Suva haters were able to secure those 2, void grubs for themselves, and 1 Rift Herald for themselves, and Baron and Atakan going for Kakao.
Yeah, and there's only two void crowds getting picked up by shooters at the end of the day. Very fast game, 26 minutes, but there is no doubt after getting 2 quarter kills. Let's put a start to that penta actually at the end of the day for Vortex. He gets a 13, 2, and 7, an MVP for his troubles. Like you said, he is an ADC main. Usually has only played sometimes as a support, we call substitute jungler for the side of Kakao, but this time in the ADC role alongside his favorite duo in Hallucination. He does very well. 1,000 damage per minute, 8.1 CS per minute, and 14.6k gold that he has generated for himself. So very well played from Vortex over here. You expect to see great things in the next series as well, but as of now, he's going to be your MVP. The Zaya, the Feathers Fly comes in. 2 quarter kills in the match is nothing short of showing how dominating the match was for the side of Kakao Gaming, and SUVO haters really have to step it up here because they really need the points. They can't let Kakao Gaming take it away for free, and they also have to have a bit more of an answer back against them.
No, I think I told you, Vortex on EDC is an absolute beast, and he's something that I was looking out for in the game 1, and Kakao gave me everything I asked for. That aggressive game 1, setting the tone for the evening, setting the tone for the games that are coming up, just made it more exciting. There was so much aggression happening from just level 1, and they kept going in again and again. With that, I think Vortex did beautifully, securing about 2 quarters for himself. And with this, we'll be shortly going, we'll take a short break, and we'll start our game 2 very shortly.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, Legends Ascent South Asia. It's me, Mandis, alongside Sigla, and we are in the midst of the best of three of the first game of today because it is a bit challenging. It is an uphill battle. It's between Kakao Gaming versus SUVO Haters. Kakao Gaming leading the series and defining 1-0 right now. SUVO Haters unfortunately fell short. They are playing ARG instead of Daredevil in the jungle. At the same time, for the side of Kakao Gaming, they were playing Vortex and Halo instead of Sam and Love 2 in the bot side. But Kakao Gaming definitely coming on top. Had a bit of iffy moments earlier on, especially around one Drake fight. But after that, coming out very securely on top. It seems like we have a side swap as well. Kakao was blue side last time. This time it's going to be SUVO Haters on the blue side, Kakao on the red. And any last minute thoughts about that game one, Singla?
I think the game was very fantastic, and I'm very excited with the game too. Let's see if it is gonna be a clean 2-0 or if Suva haters are able to come back.
It does.
But
It does look like that, and if it's a clean 2-0, that's going to be Kakao picking up very good amount of points, going to secure themselves early on in the top four for the side of Legends Ascent. We do have the Victor getting banned yet again from the side of SUVO Hitters. Do you think there's going to be any change in Kakao Gaming's plans of any banning? They're going to ban the Amumu this time. That's a very interesting ban coming out from them because I don't see, ARG playing that much Amumu, but maybe they have some inside information we don't know.
no, actually, Momo is one of a very comfort pick of ARG, and it's a very simple to use champion that can still create a great impact, and that is something that we have seen working into our this. But Azir being banned against W, I think Azir is not a champion that I get to see a lot into our refs at least.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's something interesting. And with that, they took away Ari away from Lean.
Yeah, they take Arya away from Itachi over there. Copy Isklet just will never be allowed to be played in Legends Ascent. I think so at this point. Isklet's pretty much just getting perma-banned against him no matter where he's playing. But if the Talia doesn't get banned, Talia is open for Itachi for the taking. That could be something he could go for. They're going to still target ARG and narrow down even more of his champ pool by banning out the Kane this time. Let's see what the side of Shoe Haters want to pick as their first pick over here. They're going to be ticking down the clock. Talia was not banned, still available for Itachi if he wants to be showing that off over here. But it's going to be the Yasuo
I think
getting
it's a
first
Yasuo hover.
picked. Looks like
I
it.
don't think
It's a hover, but it's a pick. It's going to get picked up. And this is definitely going in the hands of Navoid. You can even see some maybe lane swaps with Navoid going mid, Itachi going top side. But let's just see what Shoe Haters have in store for us.
I think that's very exciting. I haven't seen a Yasuo in a very long, into the rift. And with that, we see Yone and Zed being picked. I don't understand this rift already, but it is such exciting picks. And this game has already become so much more interesting for me because both the brothers Yasuo and Yone are being picked. There's a Zed pick. I'm not really sure will go into the jungle or will be played in the mid and how this game goes. And now sewer heaters are gonna start looking for champions to give that airborne to Yasuo with that Wukong being picked already, and let's see what is being picked last. Will it be a support pick like an Alistair or Jana, or they're gonna pick something else or an ADC for themselves?
It's going to be the Bard getting picked up for Lean over here. Lean's going to be bringing out the Bard. And we even had seen a build, cop with S8UL Esports where they picked the Yasuo and picked up 4 other champs with just knockups for them, for Yas, and they dominated pretty well. I think this Zed is going in the hands of DC in the jungle. Oh my god, they pick up the Talia for themselves. This is the game plan they had come into it. The Talia gets picked up. Itachi is going to be sad to see it on the other side of the rift this time, unfortunately. I think Yon is also going to be going in the hands of W, given just how these players have played in the past. One of all won't be allowed to play his Tristana. That gets banned out. His Smolder is still up for the taking. That's something that he likes to even first pick out of all champions, but in this case where there's so many assassins going to be jumping onto him, it might be a bit difficult. You want maybe more mobility like an Ezreal or something of that sort to get out of tricky situations. The Tristana rocket jump also helps that, so maybe that also accounts for why it's getting banned out against him. But let's see in the second phase of banning what else gets banned out. The Blitz still going to be banned against Hallucination, maybe even the Thresh to follow suit like it was in game 1 as we continue on with this banning phase.
Yeah, I think the next band that we know is gonna come is, the band that can be coming out now can be Caitlyn, because Caitlyn gets very good paired up with Burden. It's a very irritating champion to play against because can create a lot of dominance. But I think let's see what Kakao has in mind and what are they gonna ban out, and it is the Caitlyn that we're looking for. And as per my expectation, the Thresh should be taken away from the hands of Hallucination, because that is not a champion that you're looking forward to give him, because that man can be an absolute beast on the champion, creating a lot more pressure with Yone, with Alia, with Zed already being picked. They don't want to give the Thresh away, and they back the Thresh against his hallucination. I think that's a very fair strategy and a very fair, decision made by them.
It is maybe. Let's see what the side of Kakao Gaming want to lock up for themselves, what ADC, what supports they are looking for. Because I think pretty much every single other lane has been accounted for. I think this might be even Yone going top side, or they maybe want to experiment bot, make it ADC and just, screw around a bit. But it's going to be the Lucian getting picked up. The Bromp is also open for the taking, so maybe that's a pair up you want to look for. Lulu getting hovered right
No,
now.
I think
Not
that's just a
quite
troll.
sure about that
Mhm.
one. Yeah, I think they're just trolling us a bit while they just ponder this. No, it's the Lulu. It gets locked in. The Lulu gets locked in over here. This might be a Lulu mid coming out from Itachi, and that Yasuo might still be going to the top side. No, but the Mundo gets picked. I
I
honestly
think
don't know what is happening. This might be even a Yas bot side at this point with with either the Lulu or Bard and one of the other going mid. But this is already looking like a bit of trolling coming in from the side of SUVO haters. No, it's going to be the Jin that gets locked up. So now we have pretty much standard of what you think. I can only see this Lulu going either top or mid. Maybe Boy smiling from somewhere across, continents about this pickup for them. The Melio with the Lucian, a good pair up as always. The Brom is also not a bad option as well. But it's going to be the Melio getting locked in for Halo. That's how you drafts. And what are your thoughts on this SUVO haters draft over here, Singla?
I know they have just cooked up a very different draft. It's gonna be very exciting to watch this game, but I think it's a very very coin flip draft at the same time. We can have either a 20 minutes game, and otherwise, if they can scale up, if Navoid can get fed with the amount of field that he's gonna get from his team, he can also steal away the game. And I mean, to be very honest, with Navoid's performance throughout the tournament, I think the game is still on. It's still going to be exciting, because even after losing to Camille in the early game, being so behind, White still did a fantastic job, was able to come back, was able to get a solo kill on the Camille, taking the shutdown and surviving the top lane really well. So I think, nothing is lost, nothing is won, but I am a bit confused about many decisions that have been taken here. And a lot of confusion, to be very honest, on the madness that I have even on Kakao's side, because Kakao has three players who can play any role and switch up anything. I think this is something that you were talking about. But to highlight, I don't know if you know this or not, when Copy started his career, he used to play a lot of Zed in the Summer Rift, into the tournaments. I think this is back in 2017, 2018 that I'm talking about. So I think today we are going to see that fadeaway Z again. Maybe Copy is playing Jungle Z again. It's going to be DC top who's going to be playing the Yone, and W is going to be playing the Talia. But I think it's all, this game is full of surprises that we and our viewers are going to know only once the Rift, only once the game starts. So let's see how it goes, because W's champ pool is massive. That player can play any role, any champion, and still is able to perform somehow.
Exactly as you put it, he does have a huge sample. Even his Yone is something that you have to be aware about. But yeah, we want to know exactly what the players on the side of Kakao are playing until we go into the drift and see for ourselves what they're able to. Lulu Itachi mid side with this Lulu. Honestly, let's see what he does. Catboard's already pulled it off once in this tournament. Let's see if Itachi can follow up with the favor. Catboard did pretty well for himself in laning, as well as the amount of kills that he got in that matchup. Now, Void always talks about his Yasuo, begs his team to always let him play the champion. Now he gets his wish for, I think, the third time throughout the College and Ascent that he's going to play this champion for himself. And now you have a Wukong to help you with the knockups. That's the only thing that will help with knockups over here. So let's see how well the synergy will be sitting down between ARG and Avoid in these lanes. And I want to see honestly how well he can perform, because it's pretty much a hit. Even me and Hades had talked about the other day. Yasuo is pretty much either a hit or a miss. Either it's 100%, it's either a 10-0 or 0-10 coming out from a player. And let's see which side Navoy is going to be following on, because you know what the Yasuo is, they just completely go in. Even before, when Navoy had played this champion, he had got, I think, 4-1, and then he started tower diving and gave up 2 quick kills, and that just spelled the demise for him, at least in that game. So hopefully he can control his Q sit or E sit of going in and maybe play it a bit better. But like you said, interesting drafts coming out. At least they're spicing it up, making it a bit more fun going into this game. This is also the beauty of Fearless Draft, that it brings out creativeness when you come in and what you're thinking about. But reminder again to people at home, this is a best of 3 series. It is Kakao 1-0 up in the series. They are the ones with everything to win over here. They've already secured at least 1 point, looking to secure 2 more with the 2-0 knockout of SUVO. The SUVO really need these points, because they have become quite stagnant in the leaderboard with point wise.
I think that's very fair. Let's see how this game goes. And I think Yasuo is the champion that is most played and most loved. And yes, there is no one way of Yasuo. It's either 10-0 or 0-10. And let's see if Novoid is the champion who's going to pick this game up and be that 10-0 for his team and take away some points for his team away tonight, or he's going to be the 0-10 where the Lulu is not able to feel enough for him, or he's not able to get that enough lead in damage for himself, and they end up losing 2-0, and the game gets taken away from them at a clean slate. But also, I think the another airborne that you're missing, Madness, is Lulu's R. So if Yasuo decides to go in and Lulu press R on him, there is still a chance of the airborne. Maybe that's an opportunity that they saw. Maybe that's a strategy that they have. You never know. They just want to invest a lot into the Yasuo. They want the Yasuo to go in, give him that out, making him tanky, give him that airborne at the same time where he can do a lot more damage, and is they're putting all the cards on the table and giving all the advantages towards Nevoid and looking for him to carry the game today evening for Suve haters. And we have seen Nevoid do that for Suve haters many a times.
Let's see how well he can do over here, if he does it well enough. And yeah, they're putting all the eggs in the basket of this Yasuo. Let's see how well Navoid does perform, at least today. Yeah, like you said, I did miss out the knockup. I don't know how I did with the ultimate from the Lulu. That is something that it can spice up some fights, especially if the Cyclone is down from the Wukong as well. But let's see how well the comp comes in to play at the end of the day. Jin going to be in the hands of one above all. He's not been playing that much Jin. We've seen a lot of his Kaiser, his Smolder, his Tristana, as well as his Jinx. But I think Jin is one of his least few picked, at least in Legends Ascent. So you have to keep an eye on that going into this matchup over here. But otherwise, pretty standard comp coming in from the side of Kakao Gaming. The Yone pick, like you said, both brothers across the rift are going to be fighting out against each other. Let's see how it goes. And this is also a champion that Navoid also likes to play. He plays the Yone quite a bit. It's the one where he top dipped Zuko or Crown top side with his Yone against the set. So he should be aware well about how well to play against Yone at the end of the day. So let's see how these variables come to place in the rift. At the end of the day, it's what you can see there. All we've talked about is the practicality. Let's see if they can put it into effect. But another reminder, guys, please make sure to follow all our social media. The links are in the description box below. Join the LOL Iron SA Discord server. We have a lot of fun events here and there. We just had our weekend skirmish. The final will be tomorrow for that, so don't miss out on that. Actually, it will be streamed either here or also on the Lenovo Legion server, so make sure you look out for that. And meet a lot of friends, win a couple of skins here and there, and just basically have a good time. We also have a lot of customs towards the end of the night, so always a fun environment admin. But again, I'm going to have to ask you, Singla, any predictions for the second game in the series?
I think I personally feel I've never seen these complicated, or drafts working out, especially in Legend Ascent South Asia as of today, right? So keeping my hopes at one side, I personally feel it's gonna be a clean 2-0 win for Kakao. They win the draft section for me, but I'll be, happy to see if Civil haters can prove me wrong. And also with that, going back to even as per prediction, as per fans, it is 10% 290% in the favor of Kakao. So I think the gap is huge. I think everyone has put their money on Kakao already. But let's see. I hope to see a good fight by SUVO haters and they taking away at least one game for themselves in today's evening.
Yeah, I don't think I will ever going to say this again. This is the second time I'm going to see a Lulu in the mid in Legends Ascent. So these are interesting things that are coming out. Lulu top perfected by Boy earlier on in earlier seasons, now coming back to life in South Asian League of Legends in the mid side. So always fun to watch. This is why I love our region so much. We always have fun, creative picks. Even if we're maybe in a tough matchup, we do have things that we like to do here and there. Let's see how well they can do it. I'm honestly just because of the void with the Yasuo, I'm going to slightly root for them. I'm going to hope SUVO haters take us to that game 3, hopefully, and that they can perform their way to get those points that they need. And let's see if the void can put his money where his mouth is and make this Yasuo definitely work out, because he has had times where his team just doesn't let him play it, and he just keeps on saying, please let me play it, please let me play it. And let's just see how well he can perform. His Aatrox was also left open. That could have been something he could be looking for, but no, he's going to be putting everything into this Yasuo. The knockups with like the Lulu R, with the Wukong ultimate, is something we have to watch out in fights. But I hopefully they don't give too many kills away before the fighting does break out and most of these team fights happen. But without any further ado, remember guys, this is the second game of this best of 3 series. It's already 1-0 in the favor of Kakao Gaming. It's going to be SUVO haters on the blue side, Kakao Gaming on the red side. And you can see all 5 members of SUVO haters heading toward the bot side of the map. They might be looking to do something. They have to hug the wall to, avoid cover, but no, they're going to walk directly. Hallucination's going to see them, but maybe a bit too late. He's going to get a walk away, come to nice stun against the wall with the Bart Q. Forces the flash out of the million. So early summoner getting burned from SUVO haters onto the side of Kakao Gaming. That's the now a flashless million for the next 5 minutes. W wants to come from this side, put a ward down maybe, or maybe just get some chunk damage, but no, he doesn't even stop any recalls for his trouble. Or do we see a bit of slight spicy action in the beginning stage of the game?
I think that was not a much. Both the teams were not able to secure a lot. Getting flashed down for Miller is going to be something more interesting. Maybe ARG can put a lot more pressure in the bottom and we see more action there because the flash is down for first 5 minutes. But at the same time, I thought Hallucination could walk out of that. Maybe he didn't realize. Maybe he didn't expect an early gank. He was just standing there and suddenly sees 5 members just running onto him and decides to just run out with this flash. Don't want to give away that first blood for nothing.
And he doesn't want to give it nothing for nothing. But the W lands from one ball. He started the W instead because he had seen Milo get caught out there. Milo takes a lot of damage after walking back into lane, but Lean is also on the recipient of quite a bit from Vortex RH. Itachi versus W mid side. W also winning out mostly in the trades. The W from the Jin lands this time onto the Melio yet again, but no additional auto type was before. The stun doesn't come into effect from that ability. And one of the ball still doing quite nicely. Both the brothers are in the top side. It's Copy that is on this unit. Nice W connects from one above all. The exhaust comes in onto Vortex RH. The fourth shot is there as well. I think one above all wanted to keep it in until the exhaust was getting completely burnt away. But it's the Void versus Copy in the top side. And if I had the Observer's Cab in my hands, I would just be watching that matchup because that is a very interesting matchup at the end of the day.
That is something very nicely that is pointed out by you. Actually, I didn't realize there was a lane slop. But Copy is known for his Yasuo, his first one-trick champion that he was playing, and now he has taken out the Yone, gone against the Void, and has taken the opportunity. And I'm going to be very excited to see what he can do in the top against the Void.
There's the Void going in. He's winning out most of these trades over the Q3s from both players up. Let's see what comes out. The Void might be looking, especially with the snapback, to catch out Copy over there. It's going to be Dead Corporal in the jungle. He's already played this once in Legends Ascent. I think it was against Phoenix Sichin, if I'm not wrong. And he had gone like 20 and 3 or something like that on the champion. But Dead Corporal is walking topside. The Void has to be a bit careful. Is not aware. Has not aware of jungle timers. It's the 3-minute and 15-second mark plus. The Q3 from Copy with the flash ward doesn't connect, but the auto attack from him definitely does. That claims the first blood on to the side of Shumators, but Itachi in the mid lane, flash forward with the ignite, gets a solo bolo onto W. Dead Corporal's coming in for the clean club. This is a flashless Lulu. Dead Corporal with the flash W, EQ forward combo, picks up the kill, and already 3 kills into the game. It's Kakao Gaming 1 kill away from the feats of warfare.
I mean, that Lulu, I think I was wrong to doubt it. That Lulu was able to get the first solo kill onto Itachi, and sorry, onto Titali, and I'm not really sure what just happened there. How did she do that amount of damage? But she proved it's not a troll pick. It's something that you got to believe in, and he has not given up. He's gonna do, he can do the damage. He can still carry the team with the Lulu, and is cooking up something very, very strong for the viewers that we all are gonna enjoy in this game.
Oh wait, hold up. Talia's coming from behind. Flash forward by one of our wall. Doesn't secure the kill, but the W does onto Hallucination. Over there, Talia has joined the fight against one of our wall. Nice push back into the rocks. One of our wall has to burn his barrier at the end. Nice stun comes up from Lean, but he can't allow Vortex to get picked up. Lean has to use the tunnel to get away. The magic tunnel comes in. It might be Copy's turn to get ganked, this time by Itachi. So both mid laners go for their roams respectively, but the side of Kakao come on top. They get a 2-for-0 bot side, while as top side it's a 1-for-0 in favor of SUVO hitters. From the roam from Itachi helps out Navoid over there and does fairly well. Copy ends up going down. Navoid claims that kill. ARG is going for some steals, but Hallucination is like, no, not on my watch. Still ends up taking most of it. Burns the bone plating from the Melio, but they have spotted out where the jungler is from the side of SUVO hitters. They'll be keeping an eye on that tracking right now. Drake is up. Let's see which teams make their move towards it first.
Yeah, I think right now there is a lot of action that is happening around this map, and it's so hard for me to, follow up what is happening here. And this is the kind of game that I was expecting. This is something I was talking to you also about, right? Kakao and Suvator being the team. Wait, that thought Lean just comes in, sees that Alia is again very, very ahead. W gets punished, lands his hook. No, sorry, lands his stun. Lulu takes out the damage, but with that, Zed also follows up onto the Lulu, gets exhausted, gets stunned, and is not able to secure any kill. Lulu pops up the ult and denies the kill pressure made on her by Zed by the Hallucination.
I don't think the level 6 was from there. I don't think the flash forward by Lean and exhaust was necessary. It looked like Itachi was out of it because most of the spells of Zed had already been used. But no, Lulu makes it out. Lean very selflessly sacrifices his flash and exhaust just to protect his mid laner. It was a nice roam from him that picked up the kill onto W. That's a 2-1 Itachi right now. W is going to be trying to stop these backs, and very thoughtfully so. And he's even going to stop the back of the Bard from this side. There was a vision with that ward in that other bush close by to the chicken pit, and one of the walls going to take quite a bit of damage from Vortex RH, especially with the president. The ultimate comes in from Copy on to avoid dead. Corporal is close by. He is level 6 this time. The death mark should be coming out, but maybe not so much over here. Now it comes out finally. It's about who picks up the kill at the end of the day. Copy is just going to walk by. Cool guys don't look at explosives. ARG might be getting caught out. He has to be careful. Uses his clone very smartly. He's choosing it to go in instead. Lean with a nice flank gets the stun up. The kill picked up by him. The curtains calls coming out from the Jin, but shots going very wide at the end of the day. They can't pick up anything off it. The fourth shot still locked up from him. Nice pushback from Talia, but she gets locked up with the W. Itachi's also joined the fight. It's about who picks up the other kills. Lean with a very delayed double kill for himself. So 2 kills going over to the support of Kakao Gaming. For the side of SUVO, sorry.
Yeah, I think what I'm more excited about is the amount of damage that Lulu is able to do in these team fights. That one E was able to, do so much damage on Vortex and was able to melt him down. I think Kakao is not able to anticipate the amount of damage that Lulu can take out, and they have no clue about it because we have not played enough against it. So I think that secret pick is working out well for them there, but unfortunately both the kills goes in the hand of Lane, goes in the hand of Bard, and let's see what he can do with that.
Copy has his Q3. It doesn't connect because of the wind wall from Navoid. Blocks it out. It's a good interaction coming out from the top laner of SUVO. Now maybe looking to go in. Copy comes out. Snap probably back into place soon. Avoid's waiting for it as well. East through the mini comes this side. The Q3 from Copy this time does connect onto Avoid. A lot of additional damage coming out. He doesn't have his ultimate, can't go for the Q. The flash forward by Copy. The Q3 does miss out. Avoid has to flash away from the exchange. Copy has to wait carefully. Eat 2 tower shots for the trouble. In the meantime, Grubs, only one of them being secured by SUVO, as the other 2 were secured by the side of Kakao Gaming. They've secured 2 Grubs. The first Drake still up for taking. Neither team has locked that in for themselves. Copy is going to get his own recall. His TP is going to be up very shortly. And with that, we'll be coming into lane. But no, he's going to cancel it. He's going to come in. Nice ultimate comes in. Copy. Nice side step coming in from the void. He's keeping his distance in between. He knows that Copy has to snap back. But before that, Copy finishes off the kill. Even though he misses the ultimate, he picks up that solo kill against the void. Lean has just come here to annoy him. There's not much he can do against Copy in the state. There's one of the walls left alone to his devices. Just be careful about his movement. Does have the flash, does have the barrier, but not choosing to use any of them. Doesn't get knocked back by the Milio, but ends up going down to Vortex RH. You have to be more careful as an ADC when your support is only about what you want to do. ARG is getting bullied by Dead Corporal with that 2 level lead. The Deathmark follows the flash from the Monkey King over the side of the wall. In the meantime, W has to burn the flash to the mid side. And this is a bit of a huge jungle gap coming in favor of Kakao Gaming.
I think after the Bard was seen in the top, one above all could not walk up that deep inside. I mean, as soon as the Kakao got to know that the Bard is on the top side, doing certain exchanges with with the Yone. I don't know for what reason they got the information, and hallucination and Vortex just decided to go all in onto the Jin and secured and very easy kill for them. And Dead Copper being the monster that he already is, already having 4 kills on his end, is able to create that pressure on Wukong, creating that pressure into his jungler, denying him camps and denying him kills all over the map and putting him behind slowly, with time to time.
Yeah, and Drake now secured by Dead Corporal. Didn't even use the smite to pick it up. A bit of maybe an if situation could have gone a bit disastrous, but no, they pick it up nicely. And the Void in the meantime had used his ultimate copy to get some chunk damage in a future, past exchange. The Void, a lot of daggers, a lot of zeals in his components right now, nicely dodging out on the sweep from Copy's source. The Q3 comes in from Copy, but it's not enough. In the bot side, in the meantime, Jane getting caught out yet again. The Weaver's wall coming in. Lean flashes to get away. Dead Corporal's ultimate should be coming up any second. Golden goes the tower, Golden goes the Bard, but once he comes up, that's going to be Dead Corporal picking up the kill for himself. It's a double kill for DC. He was 401, now he's 601 with a 600 gold bounty, but the Void can very proudly say that he soloed Copy in the top side with the Yasuo against the Yone match.
I think the top is going like a fiesta. The top is the most exciting name, to be honest, for me, that is going on right now. Both the players are fantastic. Both the players are fantastic. And the champions they're playing, and it's an absolute skill matchup, at least from my eyes. I don't understand, how the matchup into maybe Yone and Yasuo works out. But as per my knowledge, I think it's a pure skill-based, matchup, and both the players are doing fantastic on it and are going more or less even in the top lane right now on the CS, on the kills, on the pressure that they're creating. But the bot is feeling the heat, the bot is feeling the pressure. One above all is not able to perform what is expected out of him and is falling behind slowly by slowly and giving away the game.
He's slowly but surely he is definitely falling behind. Navoid against Dead Corporal. ARG's come for help. Deathmark comes in. Nice Q3 from Navoid. Secures most of the damage neglected by Dead Corporal from the Deathmark. But Dead Corporal is trying to use the fast move to get out. Itachi secures the kill. A good shutdown going over to the mid laner of SUVO. Vortex is fighting against one above all. He had got exhausted, but can that be enough? Here comes the curtain call. Here comes the culling. Lee's trying to block as much of it as he can, but he's eating a lot of the face. The fourth shot from Wonderful connects. Honestly, don't know what you were thinking. You have to dodge. Hallucination is trying to run away. Lean tries to give it over to Wonderful, but at the end of the day, thinks it's too much of a gap between them spacing wise. Claims it for himself. That's a 2-0 in favor of Shubha in the bot set. And Avoid now going to be ending up losing against in the 1 versus 1 against Copy. Copy getting some revenge for himself. That's an Avoid going down 2-4-1 right now. And oh boy, there's so much action happening. He's 22 kill minutes at the 13-minute mark. And this Lulu pick is still looking pretty good right now.
I think Lula is the most fed member in the team of SUVO haters right now and is doing wonderfully onto that, Lulu. But I was a bit confused what really happened at the bottom just now. I mean, Rakan is tanking up a lot of damage, and Lucian was taking out the R where he was looking to melt the Jin away, trying to, as he was standing on his R, but decides to flash the last auto attack, the most powerful auto attack, the red shot, the from Jin, and Lucian ends up dying, and with that, even hallucination and ended up dying in the bottom. So a little bit of not the best call coming out from hallucination, a little bit of not the calculation that hallucination and vortex did in the bottom didn't play out into their strength or into their side, into their court. But the game is just going very, very exciting. I think the goal lead is still not very high in the preference of Kakao. The goal lead is still thin, and game is going fairly even on both the sides.
It is looking like that. I think the culling had to be from it. Just as the wave comes in and interrupts most of that. But yes, that was a very funny incidents happening both sides. A bit of moment of lapse of judgment for Vortex essentially over there. Ends up paying with his life. The kill goes over to the Lucian, and Lucian's gonna be happy about that. One of all really needed some gold in his pocket after getting camped quite a bit by Dead Corporal about a lot of these exchanges. But Lean cleaning up some vision, walking away. Copy and Navoid just going blow for blow topside every single time these guys are meeting up against each other. It's pretty much a 1 versus 1 happening in pure brotherly fashion between them. But Lean puts down his chimes, will be looking to pick up some more as well, leaves down some health pots for himself. Itachi might be getting caught out here, has to flash from the pushback from W, but that's a little drive by Dead Corporal with his shadow, with his Q. This might be a setup on the bot side. Nice ultimate coming in from the bot, doesn't catch anyone. There's a nice E from Vortex to sidestep it. ARG looks to be going on to Hallucination, doesn't have the flash. But does ARG have the ultimate? No, he does not have the Cyclone available. You can't do much. Lean will end up going out. Vortex starts that fight very beautifully in his favor. I don't know why we were trying to go for the gank without the ultimate from the Wukong, and that's going to be Vortex making sure that they pay the price for that. Dead Corporals come to the top side to help copy out in this 1 versus 1 against Avoid. He's going to fully up against the other Wind Brother. That's going to be Copy securing that kill. Death Mark had been wasted by Dead Corporal in that exchange, but that's Copy picking up a very needed kill for himself. The first turret of the game going over to the side of Kakao Gaming, and with that, they secure the feats of strength as well.
This game is a bit confusing. I'm not really sure what was the anticipation that was done by SUVO there. Even after Bard missing the ult, they decided to go in. Either way, the Jin was not there to take out the damage. Wukong did not have the ult or the damage. Bard was already very low, and Lucian just realized and picked up on that and decided to, instead of running away, just go all in and secure kills from himself. I don't know if you saw the Talia came in but was not able to come all the way. But with that pull, I thought Lucian just finds Bard again, coming too deep in without for no reason, and Lucian is just able to kill both the members of SUVO again and got an easy 2 kills into his pocket.
Yeah, earlier it seemed like Lean was doing good with the Bard pick, but unfortunately just not paying it out right now. Vortex is very, very strong, especially in this area. ARG is not even going to be allowed to pick up his red, but Derek Corporal comes by and saying, no, that is mine, you can't do much. Flash forward by W to try and make ARG this side. Exactly what he does, knocks him off this way. The Shadow should be coming any soon, but it's going to be W that picks up the kill with the help of the Shurikens from the Z. That's going to be a very dead ARG for the third time this game. Lean, you have to be careful how you're trying to walk up over there. You want to put down a ward, but there is a pink, you won't have that much vision. And this jungle is no longer for the side of SUVO. This is claimed by Dead Corporal for Kakao Gaming. And he has slowed down in kills after, hitting that 6-kill mark, but his team is still doing fantastic. Vortex is picking up the pace on the other side as well. And ARG is looking like he's struggling quite a bit, especially compared to what Game 1 was looking like for him.
I think that is well said, and right now what I can see from SUVO side, I think the mental has started, going a little bit peak already. We can see the number of mistakes made by them increasing time by time, not realizing their strength.
Ooh, nice
And with that, I think hold on, that third Copy got caught but gets out with a fantastic dash and using his ult, realizing that there are too many members of SUVO here for the rift, and he's standing alone and is able to escape without burning any summoner spell.
Yeah, he uses the ult to get out of it. It was a nice stun by Lean. He even used his exhaust onto the Yone, but unfortunately, Yone gets out of it with the ultimate, and like you said, doesn't even have to burn any sums. It looks like the side of SUVO will be picking up the drift trail while we still seem to have a bit of a connection issue. But like we said, this is a very spicy game, and it's a very bloody game, if I must say so myself. So fights break out left, right, center. Like you said, it's a bit hard to keep up with all the action happening pretty much in every single lane. And Itachi's Lulu, we were were, doubting it a bit, draft-wise, but came online, got the solo kill against W early on, has been picking up the pace for his team, and if his ultimates come in at clutch time, it could be good. But I think the bleeding has to stop from the bot side of SUVO haters, because you can't let Vortex become the monster that he's becoming slowly but surely.
No, I take 100%, and we can also see a lot of jungle gap here coming in. Dead Corporal being one of the best player, and I'm missing RD today on the Rift. I mean, ARG is not able to keep up with against DC. I don't blame him for the good reasons, but we can start seeing that skill gaps between the two teams and I start slowly come out. I mean, the amount of pressure that Zed is also able to bring on the Void, but Wukong is not able to help him at all. That is giving an advantage to the unit slowly, and have start creating that impact in the top a lot. When we were talking about even in the champ select, it's gonna matter a lot if that Yasuo is picked or not. I think Kakao also picked on that, and Zed is creating immense pressure onto the Yasuo, that if Yasuo just steps out, copy already being a nuisance, already creating so much pressure onto the Yasuo already. But with Zed, killing him again and again for every mistake that he's doing, but ARG is not able to create any impact on the top, and the game has started slipping away from the hand of Super Haters already.
Yeah, and I think it's DC's been there at least 3-4 times top. The only gank that Avoided got was when Itachi himself made it over. And when it looked like ARG was going for a gank boss, he went it without his own Cyclone, and Vortex turns it around, picks up the kill onto lead, punishes the members of SUVO haters. And I think you have to really think about how to gank as Wukong, especially with your ultimate down. W is going to be walking up onto Lean. Lean takes a bit of damage. He's already at 60% of his HP bar. This tier 1 is definitely going to fall down. I don't think there's any point protecting for SUVO haters. Exactly what they do, they're going to push back. Dead Corporal trying to do some damage with the shadows, with the E, with the Qs that he's going to be landing, but no, not much can happen. ARG is going to go into this fight, gets pushed back instantly. Here comes the culling from Vortex. He's going to hit most of the minion wave at the end of the day. Not much damage can come out, but a good response coming in for them. Shoewaders have to be on side, but they're all grouped up over here. They're letting Copy farm for free in the top side. Navoid's also here. Dead Corporal also here. He's trying to maybe go on to Itachi, but just chunking him down over and over time. One above all, just around the corner. Anytime the curtain call will be called out from him, and that's what exactly happens here. Jin shooting out, 2 bullets hit. Only 1 bullet actually hit. The last bullet hitting nobody. Only 1 bullet from the curtain call of Jin connecting. He's trying to deter members of the side of Kakao from walking forward, but at the same time, Copy is just hammering away at the tier 2 in the top, and they have to come up with the answer from Jewelers. You have to divide some members. You can't all just be sitting here mid-side, and that's what the Void's doing. He's walking there towards the top. ARG is trying to go back in onto DC here at the same time, but there's not much you can do as the monkey. He's already used his go. Here comes the ultimate from Itachi, but he is not left with anything. He gets burned down instantly by the pushback from Delia. ARG's ultimate has finished, so has the Lulu ult, and he's been left. W, 1 versus 1 against 1 above all, but no, Itachi's like, I want to get some help from my jungler, and that's exactly the kind of jungle gaps that's coming in. The kills go down. There's a 3-0 in favor of Kakao Gaming, and Copy is still hammering away at the top side.
This game has just become, a nuisance already, where Kakao is already 10 kills ahead than Suve haters. I mean, the Jin was not able to do any damage. You missed out the whole ult there, and we have already seen that the impact that Suve haters is taking, where they're not able to take out any damage to Kakao, where the Z is already level 13 and ARG is still level 10 against him. The impact is just getting lost massively. Z is 80 CS above the Wukong, and Wukong has not been allowed to farm into his own jungle.
He has not been allowed to, and again, getting the Jonas shutdown is good for their side, but at what cost? Now, Void, Death Market, but no, the Lul comes in, Vortex coming in from the side, a lot of attacks coming in from him. That goes down 2 more members from the side of SUVO haters. Lean's left all alone. Dead Corporal is chasing. He's not going to let him go whatsoever. Here comes the Shadows 4 with the EQ combo. Vortex going even deeper in. Last auto connects with his passive as well. Vortex claiming up the kill. Another 3-0 in the favor of Kakao Gaming, and once the bleeding has started, it has erupted. The blood is definitely flowing, and only from the veins of SUVO haters.
I think we're gonna have another early win, Madness. I think this game should not take too long anymore from the lead that they already have and should be close enough within 25 mark. Hold that thought. ARG goes in, tries to take out the damage onto the Lucian, but does not have any damage. The damage is highly missing from the Jin, from the Wukong, and the Lucian has easily been able to kill the Wukong without missing much of his HP. Yeah.
Yep. And that's going to be a dead Wukong at the end of the day. It's going to be the fourth death for ARG, sadly, in his debut in Legends Ascend in his second game. But Lean narrowly avoids a stun from the Bard Q. Itachi is also following up. He really wants to come. That was the magic portal tunnel from Lean, but Vortex is going to deal a lot better. The culling hits squarely into the face of the Bard. I don't know what you thought you were going to do, but that's not what was in the plans. It's a double kill for Vortex, and he is a monster right now. He's going to turn any fight that you throw in his favor, and honestly, you have to rethink from Shooters what they were actually trying to chase. They were chasing the guy who could pretty much obliterate them, and that's exactly what the Lucian did.
I think the Bard pick does not look comfortable on me, and I don't think he has put in enough hours and got it directly into a pro play. I think I mean I don't know what the thought was, or if it is a comfort champion and he's not having best of the day. But I am seeing some lack of play or some lack of experience into the champion part from Lean Zen.
It is exactly looking like that. There's a lack of a lot of things coming in from Lean at this point. But he did look really good earlier on. Good stuns getting landed. Like he got that early flash away from the million. But now I think communication is breaking down slightly, especially with the pressure that's mounting on them. They have a mountain to climb back, and a mountain soul is actually on the books for the side of Kakao Gaming. They are on Soul Point for Mountain Soul, and if we get that, that's pretty much going to be the secure GG. Goal difference right now, 11k in favor of Kakao, and they are running away with it. A 9-6 Lucian, a 7-1-6 Z, and I think only sometimes copies can got nice Weaver's Wall being used to catch out a Lean from the side of W, but everybody goes golden for 1 second, but Lean, there's not many places you can go. It's about who actually ends up picking up the kill, and it's going to be dead Corporal putting another kill to his tally.
I think Lean has been making wrong mistake, but hold the thought they go all in onto the members of onto the Lucian, onto the Milio. The exhaust comes in, but this is not enough to stop that Yonin. Not enough to so it's not enough to stop that Wukong, and are able to get a shutdown for them.
It is not going to
Who
be
did
that.
who
Z
did the
is hammering away at
shutdown
the
go
tier
for?
3 in the top side. Good question. Was not paying that much attention. I think it's a pretty much a done deal, but
I think
it's a good
it's gone to
shutdown going
Wukong.
over.
Yeah, I
It's
think
gone to
the
Wukong.
match is
ARG
Wukong.
needs
Yes.
the gold, but he's still going to be far from making an impact at this time. Like, he's not going to be that much of an effect in fights. His Cyclone could help Avoid get into there, but everybody's so far behind on the side of SUVO. It's going to take a miracle for them to mount a comeback over here, maybe go for a semi-reverse sweep at the end of the day, but the Corporal gets caught out with the W. Now they're going to channel a lot of damage onto him, but no, he doesn't even get caught out with that. Copy going to go in onto lead on the side. His Qs are not connecting. The speed is not there. Copy gets slowed down. He has to snap back into place. Now Void might get caught out instead. Nice push back from W. The W from Jin does not stun any members. I think it's going to break down. Every single person of SUVO haters is here defending this, and they're now going to go for the tier 3 in the mid set that already ends up falling down. Copy flash forward with his Q3, locks up Lean. The ultimate comes in from the Yone, secures the kill onto the support of SUVO haters. That's seeming like the beginning of the end, and now they're going to march towards this bot side. A voice next up on the chopping block, maybe. Itachi is also a bit scarce about how he wants to move around over here. Can end up getting caught out, can not as well. They've just given up defending tier 3 whatsoever. They can't even walk forward in their own base. Vortex is chasing forward. Here comes the culling. No one's blocking it for AJ. At the end moment, steps forward and avoid to maybe block something. Here comes the wind wall. You're going to start a lot of damage. Jane, on the other hand, picks up the kill out to Talia. Here falls down the point. Here falls down Copy. Here falls down Vortex. A bit of overstep, over aggression from Kakao Gaming. This might be certain avenues and certain goals the side of SUVO here needs to maybe start doing something in this game, even though they're so far behind.
I think that's classic Vortex. Vortex is just having fun, forgetting the part that he needs to end the game very fast. The Baron is already up. I think the classic strategy sure should be just to secure the Baron, because I don't think the Suvi haters can even come, and try to get this. But with the whole the thought, as they see the three members of Kakao is already down, they are attempting to steal away that Baron below the nose of Kakao very fast. And let's see if they are able to execute that plan or not. If they have that damage there, because the Z is already level 17
Oh.
and the Z is alive. They have the vision priority. The
The-
Z is
There's a
going to
TP
look to
coming from
steal that.
Copy to the top side of the rift. Baron goes golden. Copy is still in there. Now W gets locked up in place, but how much can we? The Deathmark comes in. Who gets the Baron objective claimed by ARG? Copy joined the fight a bit too late, but he's gonna clean up very beautifully over here. ARG falls down. All that is standing between victory and defeat is a Lean, and Lean is getting chased towards the ends of the earth of the rift over. He's trying to maybe channel his back with the Baron buff that was paid. He's the only member who has it, but the rest of the members of Kakao Gaming are marching it down topside. They're going to be walking this one in, and this was very beautifully played by them. And this is just going to be so much more troublesome for Shoewaiters. They can't do much in this matchup, and this will give them a lot. There is going to do so much, but so little can be done. Lean left standing alone. Copy versus Vortex. Copy and Vortex slamming away at the turrets. Bard trying to go through his own magical portal, but now Copy has to make his retreat, but gets caught up with the ultimate with the Yasuo as a shutdown. This time also going over towards the side of ARG. Maybe last minute breaths from the side of SUVO haters, but Lean, that's not where you want to walk at that moment. A good bush setup. Good bush setup coming in and punished by Kakao Gaming.
Yeah, I think, because the Baron going away to sue haters, the Bard was able to defend and, buy enough time for his team to come back and, but hold I thought they see the Yasuo walking. Talia was waiting in the bush for someone to walk up, gets the W in. Lulu gives the ultimate to Yasuo, but Yasuo does not have the damage to secure a kill for himself. But the Lucian is a walking monster. The amount of damage that he's doing, he melts through the Yasuo, through the Lulu, through the Wukong, killing every member of SUVO haters and gets another quadra for himself. I think Vortex has missed out on Penta in both the games and was only able to secure about three different quadra in this game. And let's see if this still counts and Lean is going to give the Penta to him or not. Lean is just messing up with
A pentakill.
Vortex. But in the end, let's Vortex to have his Penta and a good end
I
to the game.
I honestly thought Jacob was going to be going to steal it yet again over here. That's what I thought was going to happen. But this time, no, he does give it over to Vortex. Vortex definitely has some choice words for DC after that last time that it was stolen for him. But this time, Penta does manifest for Vortex. He does get his kill. But I think DC is going to be, a very crucial part of this game early on because he set it up so beautifully for his team. He was ganking every single lane, a huge jungle diff, honestly, coming out. ARG, unfortunately, not playing up to the level that is needed right now. Maybe he will improve in the future. RD was definitely missed by the side of SUVO haters. One above all does his best but can't do much. His Jin is just so far behind that of Lucian's. Lean tried to buy as much time going golden to maybe prevent Penta going over, but at the end of the day, Vortex does claim his Penta kill. Picked up 2 quadras in the first game, a Penta in the second game, and he's filling in the shoes of Sam pretty nicely, but it also gets an opposition where they thought they were going to be on the dominant side. Everybody playing good. Copy and Avoid had some very good fights early on in the top side. That made it a very interesting matchup. DC was everywhere he needs to be, had a huge level difference up onto ARG most of the time, and he proved that he is someone you have to reckon with. And this is where the role swaps come in. They even have fun with it. W's Talia comes in good. A good surprise coming in was the Lulu coming out from Itachi early on, but unfortunately, Shuvo Hitter is going to be falling down to Kakao Gaming. It's a 2-0 for Kakao Gaming, and 3 more points added to their tally in the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly, Lulu was the best champion, who did the best performance. Itachi could hold up the ground, create that, get that solo kill for himself in the mid against W, give a gank to Yasuo to, maintain the lead in the top. So Itachi did really well in my eyes, even with the Lulu, but the whole team was falling apart. Otherwise, as something that you right, said that Copy won on the top lane, DC won in the jungle, and even in the bottom, Lucian has ended up with 16 kills.
He did with 60 kills, 5 of them coming at the last part of the with that pentakill for himself. Vortex having a field day in this AEC role. 2 quarters first game, a penta in the second. DC this time not stealing it. So happy about that. Vortex is definitely going to be happy about that also. And Vortex turned out quite a few fights on their heads when they were chasing him. Even the top side, they chased him quite a bit. Bot side, Lucian was getting chased. Wukong comes in with the ill-timed gank without the ultimate. Vortex definitely punishes it. And this was after a bit of a rocky start with Willow burning the flash level 1 when Bart had come up to him, with the Q hitting onto the stun over there. Lean, unfortunately, with the Bart later on couldn't do much. Early on, you could see maybe he was trying to make some plays, but unfortunately doesn't pay dividends. DC played a lot of time or a lot of heat to the top side, make sure Void wasn't ever getting ahead. He did have a couple of solo kills against Copy, but Copy was also fighting back, and especially when DC was in his corner, there was no chance that Void stood against those two titans over there that were just constantly breathing down on his neck. DC comes in for a couple of cleanups in the mid side, goes bot as helps as well, secures all the drakes for them, and at the end of the day, it's a jungle domination, it's a map domination, it's a series domination from Kakao Gaming, and this is exactly what you expect out of the top one, top two team in South Asia as of now.
Yeah, I think. But today's game was very, very exciting. I mean, it was something that I really have fun, watching. The Void still held the ground. I mean, still is an upcoming star, that I'll watch out for. He did do really well onto the, Yasuo and early game, trying to create, that strength, something that his team trusted him with, giving him the Yasuo into a comp game. He was able to hold foot to foot with against the against Copy. But with the pressure that came through DC, he just fell apart slowly there. The team did fantastically, but the bottom has to pick up. I think support made a lot of mistakes in this game, creating that pressure. Also on one above all missed a lot of ults, was not able to take out that damage for his team, and with that, slowly the team just fell apart.
Like you said, the curtain calls, definitely not pulling the curtains on anybody except for that one time when Delusion was calling basically to his face. But yeah, a lot to be desired. Like I said, we haven't seen that much Jin from one above all in Legends and so far. Maybe that he has to work on as well going in the future. But yeah, the top side is pretty good for Shoegators. Maybe the rest also have to follow suit. Maybe with a bit more practice and everything, they can come on top. But yet again, another series go by. Yet again, they don't earn any points. While Kakao Gaming is building up this team, only that one loss to S8UL earlier on in the weeks is the only defeat that they've had. Everything else they've won in a 2-0 fashion, securing 3 points every single time they're winning their series, and that's what you need. That's the kind of momentum you need to build. And I think with this, they'll be at 11 points, while SUVO haters will still be at that 8 point margin and are just not increasing, staying pretty stagnant in the leaderboard. Not going up, not going down, just staying just right there.
Yeah, but I think we're gonna see the stats very shortly, and then this kind of confusion will go away, right? And let's see where they end up. But Kakao is a team that I'm very sure is gonna end up in the top three places into this tournament. But it's about the fourth spot. If Super haters want to continue into this tournament and have want to get their spot in the top four, they have to fight a little bit stronger, because we saw PNX coming back into form, and yesterday they did some fantastic performance. We saw Syndicate coming back into form. Syndicate performed really beautifully into the last game. Unfortunately, that today's game is again S8UL, where the team is just S8UL being the most strongest team of the silver of SN Legend is in South Asia. So that is going to be a tough matchup and will not be fair to evaluate them on. But Syndicate has announced in the last game that they're not going to go down very easily. So yes, Madness, over to you. Why don't you take us through the stats of this game?
Yeah, this was another pretty fast game. Not, I would say average, around 25 basis what we see, but it's 28-minute game. 38 kills for Kakao Gaming, 19 kills only for SUVO haters. By the end, the goal difference was 12k in favor of Kakao, 10 towers to none. That shows you the presence that SUVO haters had. They could barely walk into their own jungle at one point. Kakao Gaming not even waiting for Soul Drake to finish it off. They'd taken 3 Drakes, had just stopped at that Mountain Soul point. They picked up 2 Void Grubs and only 1 Void going to SUVO haters. SUVO haters had picked up a Baron, had picked up a Rift Herald, but honestly couldn't do much with it because that Baron was at the end point. They lose so many members after that Baron take. All that was left was Lean that was standing, and you can't do much. Atakan even going over to Kakao Gaming. So Kakao Gaming dominating very early on in terms of jungle objective space, a lot for them, but I think a lot is due to this man. I think it's a toss-up between Dead Corporal or Vortex for the MVP because honestly he did get that penta towards the end, but it's Dead Corporal who set up most of the plays earlier on. He made sure Copy was getting ahead in his lane. He made sure that even if Itachi was getting kills mid-side, he was getting the trades. Later on, even securing all jungle objectives, bullying ARG completely, going into his own jungle, stealing camps from him, make sure that he was derived of any kind of nutrients whatsoever, and keeping that level difference up for himself. So honestly, I think that's why DC gets a slight edge up over here. Vortex had a good amount of support, but DC set up a lot of the early game. It was him early game, Vortex carrying out late game that made Kakao such a strong competitor in this matchup. And overall, I think DC also had a pretty good Camille game early in game 1. He did make a couple of errors here and there. We're not going to talk about that much, that step back. You know what I'm talking about, Sigla. But that was just some things that DC just does sometimes, I guess. But at the end of that, it's head-to-head between technically the top laners, because DC did play jungle second game, but it's a 17 kill, 6 death, 14 assists for DC across both games. For Navoid, unfortunately, it's the 9 kills, 17 death, 7 assists, 11.9 CS per minute for Dead Corporal on average across both games, 6.9 unfortunately for Navoid. Damage was greater by Navoid over here. I think it's because of a lot of the trading that was going in the second game as well. Gold, at the end of the day, slightly in favor of DC with his 26.6k against 22.2k from Navoid. But I think, honestly, we have great things to see from Navoid. He is, like you say, a rising star, and we're definitely going to keep an eye out on him in the future.
No, I think, love watching DC in the jersey, and Noah did a fantastic job against that. And with that, Kakao comes, and secures the second slot into the table today. Now we're going to see a game of S8UL Esports coming in the second half against Syndicate, who is at the 6th position today. Syndicate will be trying to steal away at least that 1 point against S8UL, because they will want to fight for the top 4 position coming here. And SUVO hater did not earn any point and stays at the same point of 3 wins with 8 points in today's after today's evening games.
Yeah, and Kakao Gaming rightfully jumping up to that second place with these 3 points, 3 plus 8, that's the 11 that they have. They have 4 wins, that 1 loss only to S8UL Esports, and you have to give it to them. That's against a team that has not lost a series, not even dropped a single game in a series as of yet. So Syndicate definitely have the work cut out for them. They have to do a lot to even get maybe a 1 point against them, because Syndicate's form slightly has been picking up now, but previously it was the opposite. I think SUVO haters and Syndicate have the opposite path. SUVO haters started out strong, but then slowly going down. Syndicate started off bad, now slowly picking it up. So it's interesting to see how these points will be towards the end, because now we're towards the the middle, towards the ending part of this leaderboard, and it's definitely for these teams to get these points and secure the top 4 spot for the playoffs. But guys, before we will be doing the second BO3 of the day, we're going to take a very short break before we resume the action.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with a buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Stand at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. Not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with a buzz. I feel like Joel Embiid, the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends in South Asia. It's me, Madness, this time alongside Kaka. And Kaka, I think you might have even got the ending parts of that first series. Any thoughts about that game?
I think that went as we expected, as it would go. And I always thought like Kakao Gaming would win that series pretty easily, and that's exactly what happened. There were some sort, but I think that's fine. Again, one of the top two teams for sure, Kakao. I think they were always going to make it look easy, and that's exactly what happened.
Exactly, and like it was as according to predictions, this match also might be on the same one. The second BO3 of the day is going to be between Syndicate and S8UL Esports. Syndicate going to be on the blue side, S8UL Esports on the red, and I'm also still thinking a bit of a 2-0 in S8UL's favor because given that they have not lost an entire series, they've not lost a series, let alone a game at this point, so they are looking pretty strong. In Syndicate, after some rough forms, have at least won their last series, so they're looking like they are on the up and coming, but this might be an obstacle that will be hard to overcome.
Yeah, a great series, honestly, yesterday against Poro Patrol. It was a 2-0 for Syndicate, so they are racking up the points as well, but I think this is going to be an uphill battle for them as we get into the Champ Select. The mid laner has been changed for the side of Syndicate right now, as it looks like Abdo is going to play today, but for the side of S8UL, I think it's the full squad playing after a while. Nero gets subbed out for Akshaj, who is finally back after his vacation, or wherever he went, honestly, but it looks like he's back, and now we are already seeing some sort of pressure putting up towards the side of Infi, but we have talked about it. You can ban all his champions. He'll still find one and he'll still carry the game. So I would much rather prefer if these guys were focusing the top side of the map, knowing that Zuko is their strong point, but it looks like the Karthus Diana and Rel now is going to get banned. And for the other side, again, heavy jungle focus coming in for both the teams. Pantheon as well as Nafiri going to get banned from the side of S8UL and the Mordekaiser as well.
Yeah, more than the last usually does end up getting banned. Didn't get banned in the last series, but like you said, it's after a long time the entire roster of S8UL Esports, the 5 actual starting roster, are playing together. So this is going to be a very exciting moment to see them. And like you said, it's not that efficient to ban out, the pool of Infi, because like you said, it's a pretty vast pool.
Yeah.
But for the first pick of this game, it's going to be the Jarvan getting locked in for Syndicate.
Yeah.
Always a good jungler, very good aggression can be shown out. And a Volibear, however, changed into Xinjiao. They're just toying with us right now, thinking about what they want to lock in. For the side of S8UL Esports, it might just be a jungler, might be the Xinjiao, just to answer the same aggression that the Jarvan puts out. And it's going to be exactly that gets locked in for S8UL Esports.
Yeah, so Xinjiao comes in, the Hui comes in as well very early on for Akshaj. In the mid lane, so they are not messing about today. No TF bot lane, no these sort of shenanigans. They want to pick up their champions, get this victory as soon as possible, as they do have actually a very strong R1 and 2 side picks coming in, as the Victor gets logged in for the side of Abdo Rising. And this should be the ADC pickup coming in for the side of Harambe. He did pretty well on the Lucian yesterday. Same on the Jinx as well. So wouldn't be surprised if one of those champions come in. Of course, the Smolder was banned in a few of those games, so maybe they want to look at that. But I generally don't like, Smolder ADC, and especially one of the weaker teams compared to the other one, trying out to outscale them. So the Lulu is going to come in. That will 100% warrant a Jinx ban, or maybe some other hyper AD carry ban from the side of S8UL as they look towards the Varus to round out their carries. And Jesus, that is such a strong 3 picks coming in from the side of S8UL.
It does look nice, especially with the poke virus, because that's a lot of poke alongside the way good lockups coming in for them. Like you said, they're not messing around. They're taking the series very serious compared to like last time where they were just trolling a bit. Like you said, with the TF bot side pick up, the Raritan gets banned out against Zuko. So now they are focusing him a bit to match it out. Let's see what side of Syndicate want to match it up with. Yeah, but with the Lulu, you have to advocate for maybe some Jigs bans, some Kog'Maw bans, or even, you know, the Zeri bans come in. But the Aatrox's going to follow, so it's just going to be top bans coming out. Let's see if an ADC ban comes out at the end, or they're just not that worried about Harambe, much more worried about what Zuko, like you said, a bit more of the strong point of this team. But Harambe is a bit of a rising star in the scene. He wasn't playing that many, you know, in our scene tournaments until Legends and qualifiers, and that's when he, you know, started to make a bit of a name for himself, especially with like the picks like the Lucian, like the Ezreal, this high mobility, high kiting that he'd like to go for. The Malphite ban comes out from S8UL Esports, and let's see what the round off is for the side of Syndicate.
I must not fall.
Yeah, heavy top focused draft coming in from the side of S8UL, banning out 3 top laners and 2 junglers. So just want to get a good matchup for the side of RTO, it looks like, towards the, of course, top side of the map. So this should be an AD, support pickup right here, but it looks like the Silas is getting covered for now, so we'll have to wait and watch what actually happens there. Yeah, there you go. The Nico comes in. I think that will go towards that support role. And I like the Nico pickup here. It's a good champion into the likes of Jarvan who want to engage on you. So can be a very nice engage / counter engage sort of champion. So a good pickup for the side of S8UL. And they are showing us that they can play these sort of champions as well that are, you know, very popular internationally. As the Ashe comes in with the Lulu. So a strong bot lane. But I think the Nico Varus poke will just be too much for these guys to sustain. Both will be running the Arcane Comment, I'm sure of that. And for the last pick here, wouldn't be surprised if the On comes in for the side of Crown. But it looks like he's going to look towards the Ambessa in this one.
Ambessa blind pick coming in for Crown, otherwise known as Zuko. Let's see what the counter answer is for S8UL Esports over here against the Ambessa. You don't go for HP centric tanks over there because it can be something of that sort. The Braum getting hovered, that surely has to be slightly troll, no? The Briar? No, this is not, none of these picks honestly can't be coming out from their side. No, it's the Briar! The Briar gets locked in. This has made the draft very exciting compared to what we were just saying, like looking standard at the point from S8UL Esports. Any thoughts on the Briar pick over here, Kaka?
I'm as confused as you are, honestly. Where does that champ end up going? So I'm not too sure where these champions are going. We'll have to see once the game starts. But the Briar pickup, not sure if it's in the jungle or towards the top side of the map. So we can't really say anything about it till we don't know where it's going. But again, Briar, you don't see it too often, or if at all in any of the tournaments. In solo queue, is such a rare champion to see. Only the one tricks end up playing this. So yeah, just a very weird pickup from the side of S8UL. It was going pretty well in the first 4 picks, and then they have thrown the curveball right here. And again, we'll have to see what happens there. But for the side of Syndicate, I think that's a very solid draft. A lot of damage, a lot of engage, has the Enchanter in the Lulu as well. A backline threat coming in from the Ambessa, so a good comp coming out from their side, and they'll be happy with what they have drafted for themselves. And for S8UL, I mean, I'm very confused. I'm not sure where that Briar is going.
You're saying they're playing serious, they're pulling out all the stuff. Like you said, the first 4 just looked pretty standard coming in for them. And the Briar, this curveball out of nowhere comes in. I think only Legends said we've seen it once being played. That was pre-competition in the 3rd game in his Fearless Draft matchup over there for the side of Report Precog Gaming. So yes, this is going to be the 2nd time we see Briar in Legends Ascent so far, but very standard on the side of Syndicate. They look like they've done their homework. Their bans come up pretty nicely, except maybe targeting Ify quite a bit, but he answers back the Jarvan with the Xinjiao, but that's yet to be seen. Could be the Briar going there as well, but you also have a Varus that can't get out of the Cataclysm that easy. You have an Ashe that's pretty immobile, so the Lulu does help. You have to be careful about your positioning later on in the games. Other than that, it looks like it's just a lock up one champion go in, because the Ash Arrow plus the Mbessa ult can just neutralize, isolate targets depending on how you want to run it down. But S8UL, remind you guys, has not lost a single series, let alone a game, so they are looking like the strong favorites coming into this. Syndicate finally have started picking up points yet again, like you said yesterday against Poor Patrol, a very intense matchup going in between them. I think the second game was looking Poor Patrol favored until Syndicate came back, right, Kaka?
Yes, 100%. That was the second game actually. Poro Patrol were looking quite strong, had the lead of like 4,000-5,000. But we did see them, in the previous weekend as well, playing against Jetfire's Dojo. I think it was throwing away a 4,000-5,000 lead twice in the series. So it looks like they haven't learned from their mistakes. And yeah, Syndicate did pick up the 3 points, did pick up the 2-0 against Poro Patrol. But today it's a very different beast that is S8UL. And this is not going to be easy at all, regardless of what picks have come in and haven't come in. This will not be easy. We have seen S8UL play these sort of champions that don't really fit the meta, and they just make it look easy. Even the last time that they played two back-to-back, 20-minute, 21-minute games is what we saw coming out from them. So they are looking ruthless. Of course, as you said, haven't even lost a single game, let alone series. In the tournament so far, 5-0, 15 points for them, and they'll be looking to make it 18 and just creating that much of a gap between them and the second place.
Like that. And the second place right now is going to be Kakao Gaming after their win today. They finally get games to play. They're winning every single one. They're 4-1 out of 5 games. That one loss was just to S8UL Esports, so that's not something you can fault them for. But other than that, they've been showing it nicely, dominating the last series, picked up quite a few points, locking up where they need to be with that 11-point mark for them, just behind S8UL Esports. Like you said, this is another leaderboard kind of matching up to what we expected happening coming into Legends Ascent. I think it's going to be very hard for battle for that 4th place as well, because we have a couple of teams now picking up points here and there, between Phoenix Ascension showing up, SUVO hitters slowing down. It's going to be an all-out brawl towards the end of these Legends Ascent weeks. But how you manage, this is week 4, day 3. We're all the way up till July 20th before playoffs start on July 25th. So it's going to be action-packed, and needless to say, this is an important matchup for Syndicate to get points. If by any chance they actually can drop a game, getting even 1 point is very good in leaderboard-wise for them over here. S8UL definitely not going to let that happen. Like you said, even with unusual picks, off-meta branding coming out from them, they do so well in these matchups. It doesn't even look remotely like anyone's passing them up. Even with the TF pickup in the bot side, did fairly well for themselves. So it is just going to be pretty standard. I think I don't even need to ask your prediction at this point, Kaka. I think we can both agree at 2-0 in favor of S8UL. At the end of the day, it's up to Syndicate to surprise us with something completely out of the book in this matchup. Other than that, it does look like S8UL locking up 3 more points for themselves.
Yeah, I think it will be 2-0. I think it will be very quick as well. I'm not sure how Syndicate can manage to compete at all against the likes of S8UL, even Kakao Gaming for that matter. I think the difference between these top 2 teams and the rest of the pack is just massive. We did see Revenants pick up 1 game against Kakao, but the other 2 games were pretty one-sided. For S8UL as well, just smashing Revenants and Kakao as well, remember that. So that is the sort of gap we are looking at. The first and second have a significant gap. The second and the rest of the pack have even more of that gap. So it is just a very one-sided affair. Anytime S8UL is playing these other teams, and anytime Kakao is playing anyone else that's not named S8UL. So that is what we are looking at. And yeah, it should be a very easy 2-0 honestly for the side of S8UL. Anything else and it will be very shocking. To even win a game against S8UL for Syndicate will be shocking, and that would be a great point for them. Let alone 2 or 3 points if they can manage to get that. But it is highly unlikely. But as we say, anything can happen on the day. Any of these players can step up. Any of these teams can have a bad day. We just don't expect it from the side of S8UL.
And especially once they have their entire starting roster, even we have the side of Lotus playing his ADC role. So it's looking like pretty standard from their side. But now they mix and match it with that Briar pickup for themselves. Let's see how well they do for them. But like you said, it's very hard to predict sometimes what happens. Like some people do end up having bad days. Predictions before have gone to fall. But as of now, I think we're going to stay to what we have gone for. It's going to be the side of Syndicate versus S8UL Esports in the best of three series. Syndicate on the blue side, S8UL Esports on the red side, and all the members of Syndicate are walking to that bush on the bot side. Catbot has to be a bit wary. Catbot is playing
Yeah,
ADC over
Varus.
here.
Yeah, and Infy's playing
Lotus
the
has
way,
got
and RTO's playing the
What's happened?
Xin Zhao, Lotus is playing, so they have all role swapped in this one. Um, I mean, I'm not sure what to make of it. 4 role swaps coming in. RTO, to his credit, is a pretty good Xin Zhao, pretty good jungle player, and Infy as well plays a mean way. I have seen him play it before. He has played it a lot of times with me as well. Catbot is quite comfortable, in the bottom role as well. So I think even if they are playing these off roles, I think they're still going to be fine. Just based on the gap that there is between the players and the teams as well. So I'm very interested to see the top matchup, though. I think that's the one that excites me the most. Lotus is running the Ignite as well on the Briar. As Catbot looks like he's going to get chunked. Trioxy didn't even take a step outside that brush. I'm not sure what happened there, as RTO is going to not RTO, well, Kratos is going to look for the root and he connects. The Comet is going to come in as well. So that's what we are expecting from this lane. Double Arc and Comet. Triple if you count the Hue as well in the mid lane, and they just want to poke the living hell out of these champions.
And they're going exactly for that. E lands from Cat, but the arrows do land from Harambe versus the stun, not landing from Kratos. Kratos, the only member of S8UL to retain his original role, at least in this lineup and in this game over here. Trioxy takes a kind of beating. Like I said, a bit of misstep. I don't know why Trioxy didn't walk out with Harambe outside the bush. Maybe we even got some more damage for himself. But level 2 timers hit for the side, bot lane side of Syndicate before the side of S8UL, so they're going to try and punish with that. That's why you can see Catbot and Kratos just sticking it a bit back. Infy against Abdo in the mid side. Remember, Abdo is not the main mid laner for the side of Syndicate, so that's a swap up they've gone for.
Infy isn't as well.
Is the most. Yeah, Infy isn't the one. But we've talked about that. But Lotus going in onto Crown over here has to maybe get out of this fight. He can end up slightly losing it, but this is the most interesting match. This is where all the eyes will be glued. Both of them pop their health pots, try to get some HP back after that exchange of blows. Catbot and Kratos still suffering slightly more, but the Q misses out from Catbot. There could have been some more poke damage that he would have gone for with the Arcane Comet, but no. It just seems that both junglers have reached the bot side of the map right here. You can see that RTO is making a headway over here. Harambe has to be careful about this. He might get caught out over here. Kratos is trying to follow up with RTO. RTO might be just going on to Trioxy. Instead, he just walks up completely over there, uses the E, the W, not hitting, but the forward part with the auto locks up the kill. Deadice comes in with his flag and drag, gets up a trade for himself. So that's a 1-for-1, but first blood going over to the side of S8UL Esports.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if he needed to flash and finish that kill off, as the arrow was coming from the side of Catbot, but again, picks up the first blood for himself, and towards the top side, Crown actually barely going to survive in single digits, it looks like. Of course, Lotus is running the Ignite as well, so that is creating a lot of pressure, and he's just walking him back towards the fountain. It looks like Lotus doing some work there, and Harambe Revenger goes in. I'm not sure if that was needed. And he's going to go down. Deadeyes with the flash comes in, gets Kratos as well, is going to look for the flag and drag, but Catbot has the flash up for him, so he's going to be fine. And towards the top side, the Briar executes herself, forcing the Ambessa to use her teleport, and she will be running back towards the top side with a long sword and a boot for herself.
Yeah, and Crown has TP'd back into lane, but he's going to walk back up, maybe pick some items for himself because he didn't have the time to maybe do it then. 2 longswords picked up for him right now. But bot side, honestly, I don't know what Harambe was thinking, flashing forward instead of just waiting for Deadeyes to come. He was coming with a good timer for himself. You could easily get that kill that you get up at the end of the day. You don't even burn summoners from the side of Catbot. It's pretty easy pickings for him. He's going to be enjoying that kill to his name. He's picked up the tier. He's going definitely for the entire poke. With you do that after you see the Arcane Comet. But Infy against Abdo mid side, CS in Infy's favor, around maybe the 10 mark soon. but you can see Xin Zhao is close by. RTO is picking up the scuttle in the top side. Trioxy is walking into the mid lane. Infi has to be slightly careful, but he has the backup of RTO in this bush that gets spotted out with that ward. Abdo, you're walking a bit too forward. Maybe that's because Aram is coming. He wants to bait them into this fight. Dead Eyes is just around the corner. Maybe a flag and drive can knock up one of these members, but no, the flag and drive doesn't connect. RTO is still going to be allowed to move, but no, the slows come in. The red buff is ticking away. The W from RTO plus the E lets him jump over to that side. Dead Eyes is just waiting patiently. The Krogs might even finish off the job, but RTO does survive. Health pop gets popped. Crown is maybe looking for that, but no, this is not something that would be recommended at this point. Obviously, at this point, you cannot be looking for the base. So RTO barely getting out with his life.
Yeah, RTO gets out, but I think that just so much time wasted for the side of Syndicate, right? They're trying to chase the Xin Zhao all the way towards the top side of the jungle as another EQ comes in. Jarvan going to tank the turret shot, but he's going to be fine. So is Lotus. And yeah, look at the CS difference, right? Ash and Lulu were doing pretty well in the laning phase, but now they have fallen quite far behind, and it's all because they wanted to chase the Xin Zhao. As we see some action coming in here, Harambe Revenger might end up going down. Exactly, he does uses makes Catbot use his flash to get out, but that did not happen as it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade coming in towards the bot side. But more importantly, the feats of warfare will be picked up from the side of Syndicate in this one.
I think you do pick up the feats of warfare. There's some trading going on top side as well. 42 CS for Lotus to the 29 CS of Crown is now. RTO and Deadeye dead even in terms of their jungle camps that go down. But mid-side, Infi with a 10 CS lead on to the victor. Lotus is going to push Crown away. Crown even eats a tower shot through that shield, but it has slowed down quite considerably. 6 kills in 7 minutes time. Drake is up for the taking if any team wants to go to Crown, and Lotus just sitting in opposite bushes over here waiting for the other one to make a move. Crown is not budging an inch. The ward gets placed by Lotus. Lotus spots out Crown. Now it's a 1 versus 1 fight. Crown against Lotus. Here comes the frenzied Briar. Here comes the ultimate from the Ambessa. Lotus pushed up into place, but the ultimate comes in for Briar. But last auto before the ult can even proc and Briar come flying forward allows Crown to pick up a solo bolo onto Lotus for his troubles. Solo bolo has been picked up. Bot side, still some poking being done. The arrow comes in for Catbot. Does some poke damage to Trioxy. Trioxy has to keep his distance, has to be aware of the poke that's coming in onto him. I think we have to be a bit careful because Infi and Abdo are looking to be trading a bit. It's a huge CS difference in favor of Infi right now. Abdo has to be looking for this. He's water walking all his way towards the grubs that had spawned 1 minute. Just spawned at this time. And RTO and Infi against Deadeyes. Victor hasn't chose to walk up. One grub has been picked up. The second one surely follows suit. Deadeyes trying to steal one. He steals it with the flag of all things. RTO had to be a bit more careful about those timers. But here comes the gravity. Here comes the ultimate from the Victor, but Deadeyes gets locked up in place. He's going to suffer for the problems over here. Infi's trying to walk in forward. Here comes the Q. RTO goes back in. Maybe not advised. Maybe he's getting caught out. Lets other members fall out, and that was a bit of a hectic fight. A 1-for-1. Both junglers exchanged, but more importantly, only one grub picked up by each team.
Yeah, only the one grub picked up, but we do see the lane swap coming in as well from the side of Syndicate. They were the smarter ones in this one, the faster ones in this one. The Ashe and Lulu have already moved towards the top side of the map, as we still see Catbot and Kratos chunking down this Ambessa, chunking down the turret as well. And as you said, the objective has not been picked up completely by either of these teams, so they will be looking towards that. The Jarvan is towards the top side of the map, so it looks like he's going to secure that one for himself, as Crown has to burn his flash to get out of that situation. RTO taking his jungle camps is going to take the crab as well, going to start up the dragon actually instead. So they are just going to trade that one right now, and somehow S8UL has like a 1.5k gold advantage for themselves.
I think it's because of the CS that Hue and
Yeah,
Lotus have generated
yeah.
for themselves to their counterparts. That's exactly what you're looking at. But yes, very rightfully so. That one last grub was picked up by Deadeyes. The Drake gets traded over by RTO, picking up the Ocean Drake for his team. Infi continues to show the CS prowess in the mid side. Every single time you just burn it through as the Hue over here, getting perfect CS numbers for yourself almost at this point. RTO meets Lulu over there, not that Devon by him. In the meantime, Deadeyes is stealing the red buff over from the camps of RTO on the top, so he's getting some more camps in his favor, but still, RTO has a good amount of pacing. Lotus getting good back timing. He would have been caught out otherwise if his back doesn't get stopped, but it does not. He does escape. It causes Deadeyes to lose a bit in terms of tempo. He does have a Grommet pick up, but Infi with the ultimate here comes the hidden Kratos signal with the ultimate. Ultimate maybe not needed, but it's Infi picking up a kill onto Abdo Rising, and it's equal the kills to 5 for both teams.
Yeah, even I didn't expect Nico to come in there actually, so that was quite surprising for us as well. The Pop Blossom maybe not needed, but they didn't want to risk that one as they pick up the kill onto the Victor, who did have the flash up as well, but still went down. Kratos now looking to root here. Uses his Q, Catbot misses his, and Kratos might be in trouble here. The ultimate comes out from the side of Varus to save the support, and it is going to work out as Lotus goes uncontrollable towards Crown. RTO is there just in case Crown wants to extend the favor, as the flash will come in from the Ashe right now. She is going to get the kill onto Kratos, and Catbot might end up dying as well. Yes, he does burn his flash and cleanse, and still he ends up dying. So great job to Harambe Avenger, excuse me, towards the bot side of the map, and Trioxy as well for picking up the 2v2 in the bot lane matchup. Oh, what? Lotus?
That was Lotus flashed away. I think he was frenzied. I don't know honestly what the Prior was thinking. But bot side, you can see the side of RTO moving up on top. Lotus jumping back in onto Crown, but RTO catching out onto Harambe. Flashes forward, dubs onto Ashe. The W does not connect from the position, but he's going to auto him to death. Snipe coming in for Infi. So their troubles of roaming bot side picks them up 2 kills unanswered over there. So for the 2 kills that were done, otherwise it's going to be still the 7-7 terms of that. Infi is going to be pushing in this wave. You can see Catbot moved over to the mid side. This might be a dive onto Deadeyes if it might be of that sort. The wave is here, the damage is here as well. RTO jumps in, the ult comes in from Infi. RTO picks up the kill on the top side. Crown versus Lotus with the help of Abdo Rising. Abdo claims the kill for himself, and this action just split across the map, but still equal in terms of kills. But a 2k or pretty much a 1.5k gold lead for S8UL Esports right now.
Yeah, and look at the damage that Infi is doing. Almost kills the Lulu right there with just 2 spells. The QW is going to miss. RTO still in the vicinity trying to secure this bot turret as of now, as Harambe Avenger again going to spot these champions with the volley. Deadeyes comes in now. They have to be just careful. They're all running one by one. The Cataclysm comes in. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to miss. The Pop Blossom is there, and the Jarvan might end up going down, but he has the flash to get out. Infi going to miss both his spells, but the Ashe still looks like she's in trouble. And double man root coming in from the side of Nico. That's going to be the 2 kills that S8UL were looking for, and make that 3-for-1 trade coming in for the side of S8UL, as they'll be able to pick up the first turret as well in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's a good shutdown going over to Deadeyes, but you're losing 3 members for that. You had to be a bit more where the Cataclysm lands. If the Enchanted Arrow landed, maybe we could have done something, but the ultimate comes out from Nico. It changes how the game is looking. First turret does indeed get picked up by S8UL Esports, but they had not got the feats of warfare, so they don't have the entire feats of strength as of now. They're really looking to get more jungle objectives to claim that. Lotus claiming the Scuttle in the meantime, becoming the Briar jungle that he was meant to be, but he has a Blade of the Doom King for the top side battles that he will be going for. Left the Scuttle with a slightly bit of HP, has to walk backward, delays his path in the top side. But Infi is 3-0-4 on this way. He's going to be dealing massive damage. Has the Blackfire Torch, has 7 stacks in his Dark Seal, has another needlessly large rod. Ionian Bulls for just spamming abilities as well. but it's looking still very much in favor of S8UL Esports. Good macro coming in from them. Ultimate comes out from Crown, catches out onto RTO. Here comes the flag and drag. Here comes the ultimate from the Briar. Lands into Crown. RTO still hasn't fallen down. He does end up surviving. Deadice is next on the chopping block, it seems, and that's going to be a double kill for Catbot. Another good Kratos ultimate coming out. Triple kill coming for Catbot. The ultimate comes in from the Varus. That's a quadra kill coming out with the makeshift ADC from the side of S8UL Esports.
Yeah, the fight breaks out, but the Briar ultimate is just so big right there. Comes in, fears everyone, is able to save the Xinjiao actually from dying. And then it's just a cleanup job. Again, Kratos with a beautiful ultimate sets up his team to get the other 2 kills. And the biggest beneficiary of that one is Catbot picking up 4 kills for himself as he goes from 2-2 to 6-2 on this Varus, and now that is going to be a very obnoxious poking champ, as well as once he goes back, he's going to almost surely pick up an item for himself.
Definitely will. Drake in the meantime gets picked up. This is second Drake for S8UL Esports. It's an Infernal as of that. It's going to be a Mountain Soul map, and Trapsy tries to delay the Nico back, but that's a clone. That's not something that can get delayed at that point. Lotus has ended up going to the bot side. You can see Infi going top as well. Herald getting started up by the side of Syndicate. There's no answer that can come as of yet. They're going to pick this up for free. And the next jungle objective will be the battle for the feats of strength, it seems like, because of the 2 traps they picked up before. Lotus springs his trap, jumps onto Abdo, rising. The gravity well locks up the Briar in place on the top side. Infi might be getting a bit ganged up on the Cataclysm comes in. The ultimate comes in for Infi. Infi still alive, mind you. Nice ultimate from Kratos prevents his mid laner from going down. Abdo, on the other hand, ends up going down to Catbot, who's gone dominating. Harambe is trying to deal out damage. A W from him might connect to Infi, might cause a bit of trouble later on. But Infi has the range, will be doing damage. And in the meantime, Catbot's working on the tier 2 mid side. He's going to be doing a lot for himself. Harambe is looking to go in maybe a bit deeper, but there's a huge amount of soul kills. The flash forward by the Ashe, not enough to claim the kill. That's a double picked up, a bit of a misstep after the beautiful play that Ashe had done bot side with the flash. This time does definitely not work out for her, and this game has been completely blown wide open by the side of S8UL Esports.
Yeah, this game is as good as done at this point. The W shield coming in from the side of Infi under the turret, enough to make him survive that dive from the side of Harambe Avenger right there, as it looks like Deadice is going to go down as well. And now we are staring at a 10,000 goal lead for the side of S8UL, only 17 minutes in. Except for Kratos, they're not even playing their main roles, and this is the sort of gap that we are looking at, and we talked about it in pre-game as well. These guys can just choose to mess around, still do this sort of thing. As Lotus goes in on Harambe Avenger, flashes for fun right there, still going to pick up the kill as Trioxy is here, but I'm not sure if he can do anything about it, as Lotus goes in once again, and he's going to get 1 assist for himself as Catbot is there with our flash, finishes up the Lulu. Deadice now just staring at Lotus right there as the E comes out. Crown uses his ultimate to secure the shutdown for himself, but that's going to be another 2 kills picked up for the side of the Varus, who uses his cleanse right there for fun, as the arrow was always going to miss. And this is just so one-sided.
Yeah, arrow misses. Catbot, we're just going to it's the cleanse anyway. Even Lotus with that flash underneath the turret was a bit funny coming out from him. Infi looking a bit forward. Well, that's going to be Kratos as Infi actually, who's walking up over there. But yeah, kills picked up bot side, no answer coming back. You did pick up the kill onto Briar, but Briar was dishing out so much damage before that it allowed Catbot to go for the cleanup with the blight stacks, with the E, with the Q combos later on. That's going to be Catbot going 10, 2, and 3. Infi is 6, 0, and 3. These are 2 massive carries on their side. Briar is always going to be a problem on the side lane. He's always going to be trying to side push, especially he has the Ignite, not the TP. So he's going to be trying to put pressure over there, come in with the ultimate instead, maybe catch up to fights that way. Crown has to be a bit careful, might get caught out over here. Here comes the flash forward by the cloned up Kratos. That's going to be Crown locked up in place. The arrow from Catbot secures his legendary status at the end of the day. A nice kill picked up, and Kratos has been so deceitful with these, minion transformations that he's been doing.
Yeah, as you said, just deceiving everyone in this match so far, 2-2-13. I think he's having a great game for himself. Just right place, right time. Almost every time is now he's going to get logged in. I mean, that's the caster's curse if we've ever seen one. Harambe Avenger going to pick up the shutdown onto the Nico, but I think it is too little too late now. I mean, you look at the goal lead, it's just increasing even further. Almost 3 items completed for the Varus. 2 items and a Magi is completed for Infi as well on the way as he looks for crown right here. Let's see if they want to fight at this point. The arrow is going to connect crown. Let's see if he wants to go in. Does go in, but the Briar is dead. I don't think Infi is in trouble anymore. The Cataclysm does come in. Infi does not have the flash available for himself right there, but the Jarvan is going to go down as well. RTO doing God's work in the backline. It seems like he's going to pick up a kill for himself, and this looks like it's going to be an ace pretty soon for the side of S8UL. Though the QW actually is going to miss. So Abdo, the lone survivor, but Lotus is still chasing right here. Just going to step on the gravity well, goes onto the frenzy and is going to pick up the kill as well, diving the victor while their T3 turrets are still standing. So yeah, I mean, again, this game, I think it is in S8UL's hand and their mercy as to when they want to end this one, as they're going to pick up the 3rd dragon. That's going to be the soul point. The Atakan has spawned as well. That will be picked up pretty soon as well for them. And this has been a very, very one-sided affair.
The Lotus going in against 1v3 over here. Ram is going to be locked up in place. He should be end up going down. That's exactly what happens. Lotus gets so much heal back. He's trying to maybe go ahead, but he's going to jump even further. Trioxy is next on the chopping block. That's going to be Briar claiming another kill. This time with the red buff and the bleed. And that's the Jarvan using the Rift Herald to escape over here. Lotus is chasing. He doesn't want to give up. But at the end of the day, he also recognizes that turrets actually do end up killing him. He's going to walk out of it. Jarvan used the Rift Herald to get his escape. That was a 1v3 in which Lotus picks up 2 kills without trying. The ultimate connects from the Briar. That's going to be Deadeye is locked up in place. Lotus is going to be able to walk out of this. No, the last turret shot could be enough, but no, the abilities come in. Lotus just survives. Lotus basically 1v3 cleaned up that entire fight towards the end. Rift Herald, because of how it was driven by Jarvan, ends up in the mid side. Here comes the Enchanted Arrow. It does land squarely into Infi, but the ultimate comes out. Nice ultimate used by Kratos. That should be a very dead Abdo, and that's exactly what that is. Harambe barely surviving with his life at the end of the day. Unfortunately, Crown does pick up an objective bounty at the tier 1 turret top side, but like you said, it's a little bit too late. The goal at almost a 12k margin right now. I don't think these guys are even going to wait for Soul to end this game. They're ending as fast as they can. There's a flank coming in from Crown. He's TP'd into this fight. The Verisal goes wide. We've seen this a couple of times in this matchup. He's going in onto Infi. There's flashes by Kratos and Infi being burned. Traxxas left. Dead Lies falls down. Traxxas is going to get burned down. Harambe can't buy his lonesome. He will also be following. So that's an ace for the side of S8UL Esports as they claim a dominating victory in game 1 in this best of 3 series against Syndicate.
Yeah, and while playing off roles for most of their players, if not all, right there. Very dominating performance yet again from the side of S8UL, and it is something we sort of expect from them at this point, that if you are playing against anyone that's not Kakao, or even Kakao at times, it's going to be very one-sided, and that's exactly what has happened as the ace comes in. The victor is going to go down as they turn their attention towards these Nexus turrets, but now the 4 champions have spawned. Infi going to use the fear very well right there. Another huge Nico ultimate. Lotus goes godlike. The Ashe has gone down. Look at the Varus poke coming in. Trioxy just dies standing so far behind. He can't even do anything. 0-10 he goes on that Lulu, and this will be game 44 kills for the side of S8UL in less than 24 minutes is just absurd. And that was game 1 for the side of S8UL.
And we talked about the unconventional Briar pick, the prior pick did so much for them over here, especially another top point has to be Kratos. These ults from minions standpoints, from just walking up into their faces, he's landed every single one. I don't think he's landed just one person in the ult ever. But just look at this. I think Catbot missed quite a few of his own ultimates at the end of the day, but it did not matter. His team had his backup. He was kiting pretty well as times. Harambe tried to go for heroic plays. He's basically going to 50-50. Bot side it worked out. Top side that time it did not, with the flash forward with the shield coming in for the Hue. Unfortunate, like you said, 44 kills in 23 minutes is absurd numbers. Almost 2 kills per minute for this side. Look at Kratos over here. Even the Proto Belt forward catches out Harambe, and they just are dominating over here. And another good point that we pointed out in the beginning, only Kratos is playing on his actual role. Everybody else has role swapped, and this is still the kind of domination that S8UL Esports can come up with, and there's a reason they're known as the best team in South Asia right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're showing us why it does not even matter if they're playing their main roles or not. It's going to be the same story for any of these teams who is facing S8UL as they pick up game 1 in this best of 3 series. And if I'm Syndicate, like I'm not even sure where to start. You don't even know where these players will take the champion, so you can't be too comfortable in knowing where they will go, and then the champions come in, and then the sort of game play style that they have, it's just so suffocating to play against. And now we have to wait and watch what Syndicate is going to do in the next one. But I would prefer Zuko to go on some sort of a tank champion, because the carry Ambessa did not really do too much. He did get the solo kill to his credit, but I don't think it mattered. I mean, you could point out any of these members and would be the same story. It was very one-sided. It always is very one-sided when S8UL is on the Rift.
Definitely 44 kills for S8UL to the 12 kills of Syndicate by the end of it. 54k for S8UL, 38k only for Syndicate. 10 towers of S8UL to just that one that Zuko picked up at the end in the top side as consolation prizes. 3 Drakes to none. They didn't even wait for the soul, and the list goes on. But I think this man on your screen is a big factor in these team fights, and it's going to be Kratos. Kratos on this, Nico, will be your MVP. 4-3 and 18. That's a good kill participation. Percentage don't matter because he started so many of these fights for them. The initiation from him was so good, and every single time he transformed into minions, the opponent team didn't keep track of through like the tab menu of seeing that he could be there possibly nearby, and he used it to advantage. And these ultimates were just masterclass coming in for him, and I think there's a reason he's known as one of the best ADCs around in the scene.
Best supports.
Oh, sorry, supports.
You mean.
Supports,
but
yes.
I understand it. They're all changing the roles. This was the only guy who did not. So I can get it, because Infi was playing the mid role, although he is a jungle player, and all of these guys were swapping roles. But yeah, Kratos playing his main role, doing what needed to be done on the support. Nico was there. The top dive, he was pretty influential in these sort of engages as well in the team fight. So a deserved MVP. Again, could have given it to Hue as well. Infi played really well. The Quadra kill did come in for Catbot, so I think he deserves a shout as well. RTO did what he needed to. Lotus as well on the Briar. So all of these guys just performing to their level that we expect, even if it was in different roles. And more importantly, the Nico doing what she needed to do. But with that, guys, that was game 1 between S8UL and Syndicate. We will be back with game 2 very shortly.
Guys, welcome back to League of Legends, Legends in South Asia. It's me, Mandis, alongside Kakao. We're in the midst of the second BO3 of the day, and it's between S8UL Esports and Syndicate. And S8UL Esports, in a very, creative manner, if I must say so myself, win that first game, given, the role swaps. Any comments on that, Kakao?
Yeah, it wasn't even close. Four of them just, messing around, changing their roles. And still, it's so one-sided. It almost feels unfair to even watch that game, let alone play it. But that's how it is. Syndicate needs to step up massively if they're going to come back into the series. Highly unlikely. I think it can be said. I think it wouldn't be, the worst thing. So we'll see how that one goes as we get into the champ select for game number 2 between S8UL and Syndicate, who will be on the blue side in this one.
Yeah, blue side yet again for the team of Harambe Avenger. And we do have a substitution, actually 2 of them. Abdo's out, as well as their jungler, and Shekan is in with Kagura in the side of Syndicate. And for the side of S8UL Esports, we'll only get to know when the game started. It looks like the roster is the same. I don't know about the roles at this point, but anytime Shekan is on the Rift, that Shaco ban, I think, is a respected ban against him. Maybe just given how they're having fun, maybe they could have even left it open. But no, they're going to be a bit serious about it. The Shaco ban does come in, but yet the same bans coming in from Syndicate. It's going to be the Karthus, the Diana, and if it's anything like that past, it's going to be the Rel as well. The Nafiri ban comes out from their side, maybe a Namumu ban to follow if they're going to keep on targeting Shekan, because that's one of his other preferred champions. But let's see how the draft progresses.
Yeah, the Nafiri ban comes in as well. So Deadeye is again not playing. So maybe that is directed towards Shekan. We don't know. And as you said, the Kagura does come in. He performed exceptionally well last night on the Oriana. So he was the defining factor in their matchup against Poro Patrol. But again, he is up against it in this one. Whether it's Catbot, whether it's Black Infi, whoever comes towards the mid side of the map, it's going to be some sort of trouble, as we see 3 jungle bans actually come in from the side of Syndicate. The Diana, the Karthus, the Zed, everything aimed at Infinity. But I do feel like I have a sneaky feeling that he might try to pick up the Lee Sin today. Has been raving about it a bit after watching Canyon's Lee Sin the other day at MSI. So wouldn't be surprised if that comes in. We'll have to wait and watch. It looks like the Draven will be the hover for the side of Lotus if he does decide to play that champion, as the Kaisa has been logged in first for the side of Syndicate.
But no, a quick change over to the Nasus at the last second, and even then, we don't even know which player is playing which role for the side of S8UL Esports, given what happened.
I can tell you right now, honestly. Yeah, I can tell you right now that's Black Infi playing that Aphelios.
Oh, insider info coming in from Kaka that Aphelios going to be with Infi. So Infi going to make another role swap, going to go outside. Maybe they just shifted all around again. But the Kaiser first pick comes in for Syndicate. Let's see if Trioxy does want to lock in this Nautilus with himself. The Braum is open and is the selected choice for Syndicate right now. And I was talking about the Mumu. I think that's something that Shekan would like to play. The Belveth hover right now. I've not seen Harry play that much Belveth overall. The Warwick is also one of his favorite picks. At the end of the day, we're going to see his Cho'Gath. Now, it's going to be the Crying Mummy that he locks in for himself as we look to see what the third pickup is for S8UL Esports.
Yeah, the Amumu comes in, and that does... If I am on the side of S8UL, regardless of who's going mid, I would try to pick up the Silas, because that's now a really big ultimate, and there you go, the hover has started to come in. Let's see if that does get logged in. It will. So yeah, Silas just a good champion against the Amumu, against the Braum as well. You can steal that ultimate and just do so much damage in these team fights. So a great pickup for the side of S8UL.
It is a good pickup. We haven't seen that much Nasus recently as well. I think the last time it was playing with Kakao's copy was playing it topside. But the Mordekaiser ban against Crown as well. They're going to target him yet again in the second phase of banning. Let's see what the side of Syndicate want to answer back with, because even for them it's a bit of an unknown factor of who's playing where. how they decide to go for their own thing. Maybe ban out the Milio in case something else comes out. Milio with the affiliate is not even a bad combo. Milio gets banned out, so at least Kratos won't get to play that. He's very well versed on the champion. One of the few champions he did start playing once he made the role from just engage support to the enchanters as well. And the Mel ban coming out against Kagura in the mid side. I don't think Trios is going to be playing it in support anytime soon, but Kagura does have a lot of options still open. His REs there. He has a bunch that he does want to play. And now maybe with Kagura instead of Abdo in the mid lane, they can maybe go for something. The Jan, another enchanter getting banned out from the side of Syndicate. Now it's up to what S8UL Esports want to blind pick for themselves.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Kagura decides on playing something like the Akali for himself. Not sure if he wants to play any control mage, as this should be the top pick up. It looks like the Ilawi is going to come in, so that could be RTO playing that champion towards the top side. And to be honest, I would like to just add that Nasus can go technically towards the supports side as well. If he wants to do that, I'm just putting out there, not going to happen, I'm sure. But now we do have two top laners logged in, so that could be what's happening. We'll have to see, as the set is going to get logged in for Crown, and this will be the last pickup. That will be the mid lane for the side of Kagura, and let's see what he decides on choosing against the Silas.
Exactly what he does want to go. He's going to go for a much more safer pick in the terms of the Gallium maybe, or the Rise, or the Vex. These are the three hovers that he's gone through in the past few seconds. Let's see what he's going to choose at the end of the timer. It's probably maybe just going to be that Rise. No, Vex gets switched over back to the Rise, and it is the Rise at the end of the day. Let's see if he brings out his inner figure over here. Now with this fifth pick, we're going to see what gets locked in. The Azir getting hovered plus the Lysandra. So I think the Nasus support is completely out of the question, Kaka, because they are looking to make it spicy yet again from the side of S8UL Esports.
Yeah, we'll see. Actually, Nasus could go towards the jungle. Silas could go towards the jungle as well. So I'm not sure who's going where. Lysandra could technically be a support pick as well. So again, the only thing I'm sure about is that's Black and Fee playing Aphelios right there and RTO on the Ilawi. But it looks like we have some sort of funky things going on here again from the side of S8UL. So till we load into the game, we have no idea who's going where.
Exactly, we don't have any idea who's going where once we get into the game, and this is what you have in front of you. The lineup from the side of Syndicate seems pretty standard. Set is one of the favorite champions that Crown does like to pilot, so let's see how it goes for him. And as I was talking, if the Shaco gets banned, traditionally Shekan has been seen to pick up the Mumu for more of these team fights. He does go for good banish or good ultimates in fights. If his team can follow up, it could be good. Harambe did well on the Ashe early on in laning phase with a nice flash, fancy play bot side with the arrows into the face of Catbot, and Kratos picks up the kill. But now with the Kaiser, Braum maybe looks to do something in the bot side. Depends what his opposition bot lane has as a support, which he'll only pretty much find out when he enters the Rift at the end of the day over here, because this is Esports. They've already experimented once in the series in game one when they had so many role swaps in between them. Only, as we said, Kratos maintaining his support role. Everybody else was all over the Rift. It was, I believe, Lotus top side, then it was RTO jungle, Infi was mid, and then Catbot was the ADC. So let's see how it goes. Catbot even picked up a quadra kill for himself, but it was pretty deadly how the rest of his team also played. Pretty much every single lane ends up winning for them at the marks in those games. So let's see how game 2 goes. Syndicate had the standard comp first game, has the standard comp second game. Let's see how they match out with the craziness of S8UL Esports.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and watch what happens. It looks like Lotus will be playing the Nasus in this one, and RTO taking the Ilawi towards the top side of the map. So it could be, as I said earlier, the Nasus support coming in. I'm just wondering who's going to play jungle in this one. Is it the Nasus jungle that can be played. Honestly, it's not a bad pickup. The Silas then can go towards the mid side, and then the Lissandra can go towards the bot side of the map. So that would make a lot of sense as well. So we'll have to wait and watch what ends up happening here. But I can tell you, Infi does play a pretty good Aphelios, so quite excited to watch that one. But till we load up onto the Rift, I'm not sure who's going anywhere. So this is just, I'm not too sure what to even say about it anymore.
Yeah, it is looking a bit hectic of what the picks are going to be. We're not sure about where champions are going. We'll only get to be sure about that once we head into the Rift. Another reminder, guys, please make sure to follow all our social media. The links are in the description box below. Join the LOL INSA Discord. We have a lot of fun events, a lot of fun people that you can meet, free skins to win, and just general enjoyment. Meet people that play the same game that you love at the end of the day. Also, check out Fragnation's Instagram. Huge things coming up. You don't want to miss out on that either. So we have a lot of big things coming up here and there. Legends Ascent's looking pretty nice. The leaderboard is also shaping up pretty nicely. At least first, I think the top two teams have pretty much secured themselves, because I think Kakao is not going to relent that second place up. So is S8UL not going to relent that first place up. It's going to be a fight between maybe third and fourth. Even third looks like Revenants are locking that up for themselves. So the fourth place, I think, is mostly a battle between SUVO haters and Phoenix Ascension as of now.
Yeah, fourth place still up for grabs. I'm not sure who's going to pick that one up, but it does look like the top three spots are going to be, picked up for the side of Revenants at third right now, Kakao second, and then S8UL sitting on the top spot. As of now, 16 points in 5 games, 6 games, maybe you can count it now. And if they pick up one more victory, then it is going to be 18 points for them. So it is going to, it's looking very hard for anyone that's going to try to topple S8UL. And they looked like the favorites to win the whole thing as well. Of course, when we go into best of fives, it's a different beast. And that's where Kakao Gaming and their funky pickups and their role swaps and all of these things can come in clutch. But best of threes are generally very short, right? So you can't really surprise the enemy too much, especially if it's a 2-0. But in a best of 5, as we saw in qualifier 1, when we did see the matchup between Kakao and previously Asterisk, now S8UL, did go to all 5 games, and those are the sort of things that we expect from Kakao.
Exactly, the things you expect in qualifier 1. Like you said, it went all 5 games, and Kakao was, I think, in the lead for a huge duration of the game. It was in the ending parts that S8UL did make their comeback. They were resilient and did themselves a favor. They did it well as well, winning it out, because they retained that undefeated title in the recent times of all series that they have played. And I think even they show you that their prowess in just this tournament itself. Even when they faced Kakao in their best of 3 series in the round robin stage, 2-0 in the favor of S8UL Esports, unfortunately Kakao could not answer back the way they wanted. They had prepared quite a bit once I talked to those players, but couldn't manifest it the way they wanted it to. And like you said, Kakao is the only team that's taken S8UL to all 5 games. They've done it, I think, twice in the recent past. Once in the qualifier 1, once in the previous tournaments that we had. So they're the teams that are challenging them quite a bit. So they rightfully are in that second place, right? They've only lost to S8UL Esports in Legends Ascent. I think it's going to remain that way, especially after the dominating performance that they put on today and have continued to put on throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, that's the only team that can take a game off S8UL. I feel like they have taken 2 games off in best of 5s, but again, could not finish the job. So they'll be looking to change the recent past at least, having gone to 5 games, but still not being able to get the whole thing for themselves can be quite tilting, as we finally see Lotus will be going towards the jungle. Kratos is going to play the mid lane Lissandra, and Silas will be picked up by Catbot, who's going to play support in this one. Infi AD carry, and RTO is the chosen one to play his main role in this one.
Yes, RTO. I think they're just going by rotation wise, letting at least one player play their main role. This time it's going to be RTO instead of Kratos. Kratos, like you said, going to mid side. And yet again, you see the side of Syndicate going all the way top side. RTO just staying at his turret, not going to be budging that much. Lotus jungle now. Let's see how he does with the phase rush Narcissus at the end of the day. RTO is going to spot maybe a couple of members, maybe walking this side. That's exactly what he does. Information is passed on to the rest of the squad now and invade. Coming in for the side of Syndicate. They've walked in all the way deep towards the red buff of the side of S8UL Esports. Let's see what their plan is. They're just waiting in the bush, not doing much. The Brom and Rise, everyone's going to start showing themselves. They're going to have to start walking back to lane. They're not going to be meeting much action. The Narcissus is just about going to be coming here. He has to be a bit careful as well, just given those facts. A ward placed by Kratos towards the chickens as well, towards the raids at that bush, that side. So nothing much spicy coming up. They're just playing it standard cat bot now with the Silas support. Let's see how well he does against Kaisa and Brom on the opposite side. Seems that we have lost Kakao for a minute, but I will continue on with the action over here. Crown seems to be trying to zone out RTO, but RTO doesn't mind it that much. The Q comes in from RTO. It's a bit of a problem for his side that he can't do much, but Shekan goes in to the side of Lotus, takes away the red buff. That's an early steal coming up from Shekan, who likes to show aggression early on against other junglers, and this is exactly what he's doing. He usually does it with his Shaco, now doing it with his Amumu. Now the chains do connect from Catbot. They're going with the level 2 explosion on to Triox. He's taking quite a bit of damage. The last Q not hitting from Infi, but like you said, Infi does play a mean Aphalos. It is looking exactly like that. As you can see, they've put on the pressure. Level 2 still not hit by the bot lane side of Syndicate. Now they have Traxi going forward. The Q does land onto Infi. Harambe maybe also come in. The Voice Seekers connect. Catbot comes in with the change. Traxi burning with the ignite, being forced to flash away. So does Catbot. These are huge trades coming in the bot side. Crown versus RTO top as well. Crown and RTO barely have 2 HP bars, 200 HP each basically at this point. It's looking a bit tough between these members, and let's just see how well it can go down over here. At the same time, you can see there's still a 0 CS mark next to Lotus's name. Not the best of jungling starts for the Nasus right now, and it is looking a bit tough.
Yeah, not only was he denied of his red buff, the Raptors were picked up as well for the side of Shakan, who invaded that early on. And yeah, as you said clearly, a 5 camp difference already in the jungle, as Lotus is now picking up his second camp, and Nasus jungle looks like it's not that strong. Taking his time finishing up the camps, as the gravity gun is going to connect. The abduct not going to connect. I think that would have been the kill that they needed onto the side of Trioxy. In the mid lane though, the Rise picks up his tier, TP's back into the lane. Kratos still having not a bad time at all, just standing up against Kagura right here. Actually is up in CS, as Shakan is going to finish up his 8th camp already, it looks like, at 4 minutes, and will be running towards the bot side to pick up the crab as well. And Catbot does not have flash, so he has to be a bit careful in the bot side. If the Amumu shows up, then he might end up dying on the back of the Brom as well. In the top side, RTO actually has fallen behind in CS against the set. Still taking a trade right now. Had TP'd back to the lane as well, but now they are at the same HP. So looks like struggling a bit in this matchup so far.
Yes, he even pops one of his refillable potions as well to get some HP back. Like you said, 10 CS behind is RTO right now. Mid side, 3 side CS lead towards the side of Kagura, but the main difference is the jungle, especially after Shakan invading early on against Lotus. The Lotus is being starved for quite a bit of his farm. Has to be a bit careful. Like you said, Catbot doesn't have the flash, but has the wards put out maybe. Crown Soul gets pulled out by RTO, but here comes the W. Here comes the exchange. The flash forward by Crown, no. Matched by RTO, allows him to run away. Crown 1 HP left. He can end up falling down, but he does have a Mumu close by in case anything does happen. Lotus is also walking into this exchange. Maybe this could be detrimental to top side if we can get a glimpse at that point. RTO is trying to walk away. Crown might get caught out. Lotus channels in his ghost. That's RTO maybe falling in early on. The E connects. The W does not from the set. Now it's Amumu left alone. The flash forward. He does secure the kill, but it's Lotus with the cleanup, with the clean 2 for himself. So it's the 2-1 in favor of S8UL Esports. 1 kill away from the feats of warfare.
Yeah, 2 kills secured for the side of Lotus, who was struggling in this matchup, but now he has come back and how goes back, picks up the Sheen, the double longsword, as well as Catbot is going to try to stop the recall. That's exactly what he's going to do, just being very annoying right there. The angry cat comes out from the side of Trioxy, showing what he feels about that situation. But in the top lane right there, that Ilawi champ, man, just heals too much with the tentacles smashing your face. Uh, and he could have almost survived there as well. But at the end of the day, a 2-for-1 trade coming in, and that is, still works out massively in favor of S8UL.
It does definitely. Now, gold is slightly in favor of the side of Syndicate. That's also because of the CS domination as well as the jungle cam difference between the two junglers are now in favor of that Mumu. RTO and Crown still going to be battling it out top side. It does look like there's a recall coming in from Cat, but I don't think that will actually be finished off at any point. But no, it actually just complete. He's going to be walking back into lane. You see Kai'Sa a bit behind in terms of items. Did pick up a cull for trouble. Shaikan's coming to the top side. Crown's trying to go forward with the Q. Does pull in RTO. RTO is flashless, mind you. Shaikan doesn't have ulti. He's still level 5. Here comes the bandage toss. Here comes the ultimate from Crown. The W comes in as well. A last punch secures the kill in favor of the set. And Shaikan is off to a good start in terms of rope.
Yeah, picks up another assist for himself right there. As the Dragon, it seems like, will be the call for the side of Lotus. RTO going down once again. Catbot looking and hunting for something, not going to find anything. But the Dragon will be picked up for the side of Nasus, who has picked up the CS. And now we can see Shakan again invading that top side of the jungle, picking up the Raptors. Surely enough, he's going to look for that red buff as well pretty soon. They should know that the Dragon is being done. Kratos looks like he is in a safe place, has the frozen tomb as well, just in case the Amu decides to gank, but that's not exactly going to happen. Catbot gets tagged, uses the E, actually is going to miss. Infi picking up the ward for himself as the pings have now started to come out towards the top side. Void grubs. Shakan still finishing the red buff, does so now. And Lotus will have an idea that that has happened now. Shakan has hit level 6, so in a team fight that is going to be quite troublesome for him. Infi forced to burn his flash to get out of that situation. Trioxy ult was huge there. And that's going to be double flash actually for the bot lane of S8UL.
The double flash being burned. Shaikan is now looking at the grubs instead. RTO and Crown still exchanging blow for blow. The soul is taking away from set. Lotus is close by in case Crown wants to go for anything. Double comes out from Crown, but now it could be an indication that the grubs are being taken. But they have already been done by Shaikan. 3 grubs go over to the side of Syndicate for that first Drake that has been taken away. Lotus is going to be walking over Vision over there, so I don't think anything comes out of that. Other than that, we're just playing easy. Traxy jumps forward, does connect. Infi is gonna have all the stacks complete onto the cleanse, gets burned, but a bit too late. The ultimate comes in with the Kai'Sa. The backline he goes, picks up the kill. Catbot left to fend for himself. The stacks also going to land up to him. Kai'Sa passive also going to be stacking up. Now comes in more damage. Catbot has to be careful. The chains do not connect, and now one by one. Surely this is a Catbot that's just meant for the gray screen. That's Harambe going to be picking up the kill for himself. The feats of warfare secured by the side of Syndicate. Crown has to be a bit careful here. The soul gets completely demolished by RTO. RTO might be looking to go for it. Doesn't have the flash to actually go for the final kill. That's going to be Crown maybe just barely walking out with his life over there. But the bot side doing God's work for the side of Syndicate.
Yeah, and that's a 0-2 Ilawi as well. That's bullying out the set in the top lane, as we did see the double kill coming in for the side of Harambe. In the 2v2, Trioxy doing his bit in that encounter, stunning the Aphelios first, enabling the Kai'Sa to jump on that champion, and they are able to pick up 2 kills, and now they are almost 2000 gold ahead at this 10-minute marker. Maybe the swaps have gone too far for the side of S8UL. I mean, we'll never know since the game is still going on. Infi still, I think, sitting quite happy, I would say, is going to complete the Yuntal's Wild Arrows pretty soon, as Catbot is looking and hunting for the Amumu to maybe steal the ultimate, but so far has not seen that champion anywhere. In the mid lane, the Catalyst was picked up, the Lost Chapter, the Tear as well for double Y, double Z, as another engage comes in on Infi, and he's just so squishy, might end up going down once again. And he does, but look who's here.
Lotus.
It's Lotus again, and he is going to get, it looks like, one more double kill for himself. Going to finish off the Kai'Sa pretty soon. There you go. picks up the huge shutdown bounty for himself, and that will be a 3-0 Nasus jungle on the map now.
Easier Nasus even bonks him at the end. Traxxas even forced to burn his flash to get out of that exchange. It was a good initiation, just not being aware of where the jungler is. Infi, like you said, is very, very squishy. Didn't have a cleanse, didn't have a flash. He ends up going down in that situation. But good goal getting transferred over to Lotus with that shutdown for himself. I can see Infi making all his way back to the bot side, trying to pick up some CS numbers. Arambe's fallen behind quite a bit in CS as well. 22 CS behind the Aphelios over here. Mid side still okay, going for the Rise. He is up 7 CS. Top side, the CS gap has also been, shortened quite a bit. RTO still be looking to put the like you said, this is a 0-1 Illaoi against the 1-1-1 Crown. Now it gets pulled in. Here comes the ultimate from the Illaoi. Crown has to make his retreat. The soul gets completely destroyed. RTO with the flash forward with the W claims the kill. It's not looking good for Zuko on this set as of yet. That's a bit of bullying coming in from Illaoi, and a nice flash W claims the kill for him.
Yeah, I mean, that Illaoi champion, man, it's just so obnoxious. You don't even realize how much damage she's dealing, but once, she steals the soul and then does that, it's just disgusting to watch. His Trioxy again going to look for some sort of exchange here. Catbot is going to get stunned, does not have the flash, is going to go down. Infi as well, it looks like might end up going down actually. Another Q will do the job, and that's exactly what's going to happen. The Locket comes in to save the ADC as well. Shaikan was there just in case if there was going to be a counter gank happening. And now the bot side of S8UL 0-5, and they're not having the best of the game so far. Infi not looking too good on the Aphelios, and honestly I don't think he can do much with how the lane has gone. Braum just hard counters the Silas as well, so they don't really have anything that they can do to come back in this laning phase. Kaisa goes 5-1 meanwhile, and she will be enjoying her life, and she will be hoping that she can carry this game. Catbot did burn his flash to get close to the Kaisa. Now it looks like he's going to go down once again. The killer instinct comes in, and that's going to be another kill for the Kaisa. 6-1-0 and 0-6 for the bot lane of S8UL.
Yeah, it's looking pretty bad for them. Kaiser just waiting on base. Catbot in, the flash gets burned by him. From that side comes the Braum, comes the Amumu. He gets locked up in place. They even give the kill over to the Kaiser, who's 6-1-0, like you mentioned. The Kraken Slayer completed on the way towards the Ginsus as well. On top side, the Black Cleaver for the Illaoi. The set still not completed his Stride Breaker. Would have maybe like a Bork against tanky members like Illaoi as well as the Nasus. But yes, Nasus is the big dog on the side of S8UL Esports. He has 3 kills to his name. The Trinity Force completed. Crown and RTO are going to duel it out yet again. Level advantage for RTO right now. And Crown has to be careful for these extended fights because it's RTO who's usually coming out on top, especially once the soul gets pulled in. Crown pulls in RTO. RTO is just going to pull the soul away. Going to be hitting away at the soul. Here comes the ultimate from him. The W connects from Crown. Does quite a bit of damage, but the tentacles are doing a lot for him. Here comes the Q for that side, but here comes the ultimate from Kagura on the top side. Over here, the ultimate comes in from Trioxy. Lotus is trying to run away to the side. Infi ults in the complete opposite direction. Don't know what that was about. Catbot was stunned up in place, couldn't do much. The ultimate comes in for Harambe Adventure. He's battling away, but bonked on the head by Lotus. Same again. Infi, one more auto could have secured the kill, but no, the turret shot was there. Could have been his death. It might even look like Lotus wants to walk in for this kill, but it's going to be the first turret at least secured by the side of S8UL Esports.
Yeah, Lotus doing a lot of work in that encounter right there, and this will be feats of strength I think picked up for the side of Syndicate if they can manage to slay this Rift Herald, and it looks like it will be uncontested, so yeah, that's going to happen as well. The feats have been picked up for the side of Syndicate, but in the bot side of the matter, Infi just throwing his ultimate onto the opposite direction. I think that was a big mistake. Could have been a double kill had that spell had landed onto one of the champions from the side of Syndicate. But again, Catbot ends up going down, but the big dog is there, and he is going to secure the shutdown bounty for himself, as he looks like he's getting caught. But who's getting caught right now? Infi is still there. The chains land onto Harambe, who has to flash away from this situation. RTO is here as well, should a team fight happen. But doesn't look like anything's going to happen right now.
Kratos is getting TP'd on from behind him over there. Pretty much can make his escape. Rise can't do much to him. Catbot might get locked up in over here. The tier 1's gonna fall down. Lotus is just around the corner. Here comes Catbot with the stolen number vault. A 3-man all coming in with that as well. One by one, the members of Syndicate are falling out. Shaken's trying to run for the hills. The chains do connect from Catbot. That's a 3-4-0 in their favor. Lotus is not done. He's trying to go even further onto this set, whose W should be up anytime soon as well. But that's a nice setup coming in. They do lose the tier 1, but they do claim 3 of the kills from the side of Syndicate. And that was a beautiful stolen Catbot ult.
Yeah, 100%. A beautiful ult, but again, a flank coming out from the side of Lotus, who is able to walk towards the Kaisa and slay her. So that's going to be another 2 kills picked up for the Nasus, who goes 6-0-0, has the 650 gold shutdown. Now making his way towards the top side of the map, and the Rise might be in trouble as in the mid lane, Trioxy uses the Glacial Fissure, is going to stun up and knock up Infinity, who goes down once again. Catbot, same for him, but RTO now getting caught as well. Has the ultimate though, so I think this could be a very close encounter. I mean, look at that Ilawi champ. She's doing so much damage. Very close to picking up the double kill for herself. Trioxy almost goes down. But that will be a 3-for-1 in the grand scale of things. As Kratos was able to pick up the kill with the help of Lotus towards the top side of the map onto the Rise, and they will secure another T1 turret. So even if a lot of kills did go towards the side of Syndicate, the objectives have been controlled, especially in terms of turret from the side of S8UL.
Exactly. 4 turrets for them have been claimed. Only 1 for the side of Syndicate. A lot of kills being funneled into the guy, very rightfully so. The Kraken complete for him, as well as the Ginsu's. It looks like Aphelios is going for that Lord Doms as his second item over there. But Drake has spawned up. Both teams have 1 Drake each. This is an Ocean Soul map as of now. They're trying to drag out the Drake. Here comes the TP in from the set. Eloy does have a TP. RT probably wants to do it as well. That's exactly what he's doing on the backside of the pit. Here comes Shekan and a huge 2-man ultimate coming in from him. Actually a 3-man ultimate. They're going to lock up onto Catbot. He's going to instantly get deleted, but Infi has been left untouched. He's going to deal out so much damage from these backlines, and if you don't touch the ADC, he's just going to do exactly this. And Lotus is a huge meat shield. Every single bonk does so much damage from him. His stacks are at that point. He ends up going down. Crown ends up surviving. Kagura is also left open. At the end of the day, it's a 3-for-3. Or the last 2 members standing for each of these 2 teams. Who ends up picking up the Drake could be very crucial over here. Crown Soul gets pulled away. The W comes in, but the Soul gets demoralized. The tentacles will start following him everywhere. Who gets the last hit onto this? Infi is trying to look for it, and Infi is the one that claims it for himself. Now you have to try and walk away. Kagura is not done. He really wants to fight against RTO, but the Soul gets trapped and taken away. Infi claims that kill. Zed pulls in RTO, but no, he doesn't land the W onto him. RTO still survives it. But Infi does pay with his life for that. That was a huge, messy fight. But at the end of the day, S8UL Esports do end up claiming the Drake for themselves.
Yeah, that's going to be the Drake, and 5 kills as well to the 4 of Syndicate right now. So that was again a very close fight. But let's just look at the items for now. LDR and Yuntal's Wild Arrows completed for Black Infinity, and they did die quite a lot towards the bot side of the map, but in terms of items, it looks like he is sort of ahead of the Kaisa somehow, who has 10 kills picked up for herself. The tier 3 Mercury threads will be completed for Rise, along with the Rod of Ages and Archangel Staff. The Nasus, the big dog right there, Spectre's Cowl, I think he's looking towards that Force of Nature soon, as RTO gets stunned, but I think he's going to be fine. Avenger is chasing him, the ult comes out. Ooh. And look at the damage onto Harambe. Avenger right there, but the Glacial Fissure is there, and that's going to be another kill picked up. For the guys at 12-4-3 now. Let's see if they start this Atakan. Could be a bit risky, but still doable, as the Nasus and everyone else from the team is on towards the top side of the map. The Rise will TP as well to the Atakan to secure it, but it looks like we are going to see a contest. Actually, the Lissandra is teeping in, has the ultimate available. She can buy a lot of time. Is going to go in 3-man route into the stun. Infi clearing out Crown. Who's going to go down? The Lissandra goes down herself, but Lotus is here. The flash comes out from Shaikan. Beautiful ultimate lands from Black Infinity, who's going to pick up one more kill. That's going to be the triple, make it a quadra for the Aphelios. Now Kagura running for his life, has the flash as well, so I don't think the Penta will come in now. Flashes to safety right there, but look who's here. Catbot might be able to get the rise. He does. He is going to get him. The Wither comes out from the side of Lotus as they want to secure this pentakill actually for the Aphelios, just giving this to that champion right there, and that's going to be the pentakill for Infi on the back of a beautiful team fight at the Atakan pit.
And yeah, they do come in. The Atakan is secured by the side of Syndicate, but they lose so many members over there. Like you say, a pentakill coming out. But hold that thought, RTO might be getting caught out over here. He's in a bit of a pickle. He does pop the ultimate, but Zuko pushes him out of it with a nice ultimate of his own. The W comes in, the punch secures that kill for himself, but that pentakill was nice. From the back of the stolen ultimate from Catbot allows Infinity to come in for the penta side. Kagura tried to make his escape with the flash over the wall, but was recalling in a very unfortunate situation. Maybe if he had continued running, could be a very different situation, but Catbot would have had the stolen out whatsoever. But Infi did have a tough time. Catbot did have a tough time in laning phase, but now they are definitely coming back to like the gold in favor of S8UL Esports, the Drake numbers in favor of S8UL Esports, and they look like they're coming back onto equal footings against Syndicate.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look at the items as well. Infinity Edge was picked up by Infi right there. So he is a very strong Aphelios. He is at his power point right now, and you can already see the respect being given out from the enemy team as well. Bramble West completed for the Amumu. The Chainmail picked up for the side of Rise as well, who wants to make his Frozen Heart, it seems like, as soon as possible to survive the damage that's going to come out from the Aphelios. Meanwhile, Katarina bot has the Cosmic Drive completed 0, 7, and 8 on the Silas for him, so he's not having the best game so far, but I don't think it really matters too much. The Nasus is fed and he's scaling. The Aphelios has already scaled with the 3 items that have come in, and the Ilawi is going to be the troublemaker in these sort of team fights. So S8UL looks like they're looking well set to win yet another game.
It is looking like that. They are making a good comeback into. They had a couple of messy fights earlier on that didn't go their favor. The laning phase bot side, Kaiser was coming out definitely on top with the Trioxy combo. Like you said, a bit of a counter for their kind of laning phase that they wanted to go for, and unfortunately gave a quite a lot of kills. But Infi with those pentakills gets 5 kills of much needed gold in his pocket. A couple of shutdowns in that as well. Kaiser, like you said, is doing good in the scene, especially before the Atakan gets those 2 kills. So the pick onto RTO was beautiful. The E dodges that were coming out for her were also very good. But unfortunately, that Atakan fight was a bit, like you said, a bit of a risky call to make. The TPs were coming in. Kaiser was very low on HP. She couldn't do much in that fight as well because she had to keep her distance from getting too damage from the Atakan. But at least Atakan is secured by them and they get those for that side. But other than that, it looks like it's still a battle that can go either side. But guys, if you guys really want to find out, please wait for us. We'll be taking a short break before the action resumes on the other side.
All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with a buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the letter I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Stand at attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. You're not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition, I'm not a regular civilian. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 Did it, I did it, I did it. I'm going in. Got me like, woo! Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gon' drop. Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, just tug. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sink with a buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. He not gonna cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit zero. I'm finding my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic duo. Win, 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 and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. Wanna see my ambition. I'm not a regular civilian. Gotta go up to the top, won't stop. I'm gonna be the man, yeah, I gotta cut a knot. Haters really on me, tryna take my spot. But we go up, yeah, we never gonna drop.
Welcome back, guys, to Legends Ascent South Asia. We are in mid-series, mid-game even. The game was paused for some technical difficulty for one of the players from the side of Syndicate. But I hope that has been resolved and we will be getting back into the game shortly. But before that madness, this has been a very up-down game. You know, Infi and Catbot not having the best game towards the bot side of the map. And then out of nowhere, he gets the pentakill. They are, 2,000 gold ahead right now. It's quite insignificant, I would say, at this point. So what do you think is going to happen now as to pause that thought? Actually, RTO looks like he's the 4-man squad is coming up towards him and he's 100% dead right here.
Yeah, that's a dead RTO at the end of the day. Like you said, a 4-man squad comes up before the Drake timer. They have to make the hightail the way towards Drake. Drake's coming at 10 seconds. Zuko might get caught out. He flash forwards, goes in onto Infi. I'm not sure about that, but here comes the rest of his squad as well. He does get the solo kill onto that Aphelios. That's 2 members down for the side of S8UL Esports before this Drake fight. Kratos trying to get some of his own vision on the way out. You can see Lotus is ready to maybe strike at some members, but check out nice vanish shot, gets away from any trouble, jumps right into the pit. It's a 3 versus 5 essentially over here. RTO will have TP when he comes back up, so they're taking it slowly from the side of S8UL Esports. They're going to wait for this timing as the Drake starting to get hit away from Syndicate. Lotus is looking for a flank. The TP now coming in from RTO. Now they're trying to melt the Drake as fast as possible. This Drake is gone and out of here. RTO doesn't have ultimate even if he wants to come into this fight. There's a huge stolen ultimate from Catbot, but it is not doing as much as he thought. RTO is still alive. Kratos is still alive on the backside. Harambe has not been touched as much as he would have liked to be. Lotus is trying to run away. He's going to get backed up with the Brom passive maybe, but Tekken has been left to fend for himself. They've chosen him to be the sacrificial lamb. That's going to be them losing 2 members. It's a 2 for 2 at the end of the day, just at the Drake fight. And that is Syndicate equaling the terms of Drakes to both teams having them 2 apiece.
Yeah, but I think the Baron is going to get started and that's exactly what's going to happen right now, as Shakan did end up dying. The TP is up for Kratos should he decide to use that one. The TP coming in from the side of Kagura towards the mid side, but he's not a long range champion and this Baron is absolutely gone with the sort of damage that Infi can put out with his Aphelios right now. Another TP comes in for the side of Crown. Their Frozen Tomb is available for the Lissandra. Just use it on that set right now. They're not choosing to do that. W comes in, true damage massive onto the backline, but it's not going to matter much as Lotus is looking to get some kills, not going to find anything as of yet, but Trioxy is in a lot of trouble and that's going to be 2 kills for the side of S8UL, who were looking like they were in trouble, but they pick up the Baron. The TP comes in from the set and he pays for his mistake quite heavily out there.
Yeah, and the TP had even come in for Kagura. He couldn't even do much in that fight. He just goes to backside and just recalls instead. Like you said, the Frozen Tomb was available for Kratos. I don't know why they're not using it. Maybe they thought they get even more picks. Trioxy unfortunately tries to walk back into the fight, but it looked like the Harambe was trying to turn it, but unfortunately he ends up dying. Harambe gets out scot-free. He gets away with his life. Like you said, 2 for nothing. Baron also gets picked up for the side of S8UL Esports. They're all going to get their own resets, and now gold looking pretty heavily in favor of S8UL Esports. It's around a 5k margin difference between them and Syndicate. Most of Syndicate's gold also locked up in the guys who's 13, 5, and 6. But Infi, after having a pretty disastrous bot lane, is now starting to pick up kills for himself. And if he is not getting targeted in these fights, it can be a problem. Because last time, just before that Drake fight, yeah, that's where Crown came in clutch. He did neutralize Infi a huge number. Catbot's coming from the side over here. This could be a problem. He has gone golden for some reason. Not sure about that. Probably a misclick coming in from Catbot.
Yeah, 100% a misclick. I think he wanted to ward but forgot the button and instead ended up using the stasis. So that's going to be a waste of almost 1800 gold right there for him. Really needed that item for these team fights. As we do see some action towards the top side. Harambe eventually looking and fishing, but the ultimate comes out from the side of RTU. And look at the damage onto the Kaisa. Half his HP bar is gone just like that. They're putting a lot of players towards the top side of the map, but the tier 2 will fall nonetheless due to the ranged cannon buffed by the Baron buff right there. In the bot side, Kratos doing a fine job pushing out his lane there. So all of the control right now, it looks like sits on the side of S8UL as they are almost 7,000 gold ahead and have such a strong control of the map so far.
Yeah, they do have a strong control. It's 6 towers for them to just do the 2 that Syndicate had managed to pick up, which would be the tier 1 in the mid side, tier 1 in the bot side for the blue team. But it is looking a bit hard. Like you saw, Harabi just takes so much damage once his soul gets pulled in by Eloy and the ultimate comes out for RTO. So you have to be careful with this in fight. Chekan just wants to get his Grom, probably has to smite it to take it away. That's exactly what he's doing just to get that gold. Drake number 5 of the entire game gonna be coming up very shortly, and that's why the reset's coming in for Lotus. Pick up maybe an item just before the fight or a partial part of an item. That's the Tunneler picked up for him, and he's a pretty fed Nasus right now. He's a 10-1-8 Susan with a, I don't know if you can see the stacks. I would like to see the stacks, but I'm pretty sure there are phenomenal numbers coming out from him. He has a 700 bounty on his head, and he is something that is a front line that has to be warranted like respect alongside RTO.
Yeah, 100%. 10, 1, and 8 on the Nasus. 700 gold shutdown bounty. 4 items completed. Picks up the Tunneler as well, as you said, for himself. And the GA has actually come out for the side of Black and Fee as well. Has the flash, has the cleanse. So he is looking quite solid to go into this next team fight now. And the chainmail from Kagura actually not doing a lot. It seems like just delayed his death cap pickup ever so slowly, ever so slightly right there. As the dragon, it seems like, will be uncontested. And that will be picked up for the side of S8UL. Crown making his way towards the top side of the map, but I'm not sure what he is trying to achieve there. Should look to take that turret whenever he can. Catbot pinging very aggressively towards the Raptor brush of the enemy team as he looks to secure some sort of vision towards the bot side of this map. And no objectives are up, so S8UL are finding it difficult to break down this defense coming out from the side of Syndicate, as to they are not sure where they should be pushing or putting their efforts in. All tier 2 turrets have been picked up, so that has naturally slowed the game down. So I guess we are waiting for the next Baron to enter the rift, and that's where the aggression will start.
That is exactly where it will start. Now Ocean Soul Point for the side of S8UL, especially after their uncontested Drake last time. Now, Baron is what should be in everyone's mind. That's why Susan get their own recall. Everyone is getting their own resets. They're going to keep that vision control towards that Baron pit side. But maybe I'd like to see RTO pushing the bot side wave, or maybe just TB fine. But Kratos will be doing that instead. And RTO will just be hanging around just in case anything breaks out before anybody actually expected it to. You can see Harame does train out of voice here, tries to check for some vision. He has the voice start completed. Plus the National Suits. These Ws do quite a bit of damage, and he does get fairly good resets every single time they hit an enemy champion. Now they're just walking around in the bushes close by. Catbot may be looking for a big infield, like you said, has the Guardian Angel, is going to be have that added line of defense. Lotus is going to be chasing into Shekan over here, but Shekan picks up that blue buff, walks out, have the added ability, his plus that mana regeneration for himself, as we just wait for which team makes the first error over here between
they already
Baron
have.
now getting started up by the side of S8UL Esports. Triox is trying to walk into it. Here comes the Q from him. Catbot has stolen Amumu yet again. Here comes the TP from the backside. Kagura comes in. The three-man Catbot stolen Amumu ultimate, but Catbot instantly neutralized the fight. The guy you have to go for is Infi, and Infi is not being hit whatsoever. If you hit even these backlines, it won't make a difference. Infi has the Guardian Angel still up. The Void Seekers hit for Harame Legend, but most of his team is dead. Kagura is going to fall as well. Only this Soul Kaiser remains. He has to run all the way to place the TP to cut off his exchange. Maybe he's going to go through this side through the tier 3 instead. RT is going to be hitting at this tier 3 bot side for himself, and that was a fight completely in favor of S8UL Esports. That's a messy fight though. It's a 4-for-3 in their favor, and they're going to get so many objectives at the back of it.
Yeah, they might end up getting 2 inhibs for this. Harambe Avenger had a good team fight himself, honestly. Tried to kite back, tried to deal as much damage as he could, but unfortunately not able to finish anyone there, especially Infi on that Aphilio. Still has the Guardian Angel up, used his flash very aggressively to finish off the Rise. So they can just, rinse and repeat the same thing, go back to that Baron, start it once again, and hopefully this time, Kratos will be there first. And yeah, they'll be able to win the team fight. But yeah, I don't think S8UL has to do much in this one anymore. Did get the mid inhib. I mean, they would have been very happy if they had gotten the bot inhib as well. Could have taken the Baron as well. If they wanted to just go there and kite there instead of taking these inhibitors, as we again see some sort of control there for the side of Syndicate. Again, 27 to 27 in terms of kills. So this has been a close game, as RTO looks like has been caught out. Uses his R there, finishes off the Kaisa alone, still not going to die, and that's where this champion is so strong. I mean, look at the Ilawi, still has not died somehow, finally does, dealt so much damage to the enemy team. Kratos now looking to find the Rise if he can. Lotus is here, is going to use the Withered. Frozen Tomb should come out shortly, but the Phase Rush actually will speed up the Rise there. Kratos just unable to reach the targets right now. Flash used from the Rise, but he is going to go down as well. I think that is going to be game for the side of S8UL.
It is looking exactly like that game coming in for them. Bit of an over chase coming by the side of Syndicate. They pay for it with their lives as it will run them down, catching off members one by one. It all started off with groundization onto RTO, but like you said, RTO is so tanky, is getting so much more healing back. There's not actually any anti-heal except the movement before he can come into the fight. It could be a bit messy. Just look at the replays coming in before these fights. This is just before this one. This is basically the penultimate fight that broke down. Crown uses a W, trying to get a lot for it, and you can see Lotus stays alive. You see Trioxy makes that misstep walking back this way, and he gets caught out. Brom ends up falling down for that trouble, and then you can see them just trying to walk away as well. This is the last fight that goes down. RTO survives for so long. The ultimate comes in. The ultimate from Zuko a bit too late, maybe to knock him out of Aloy, but here Infi left untouched yet again. People are trying to jump onto him, but instantly get demolished in the place that they stand. The Realm comes out. They do survive, but here comes Lissandra with the chase. And then Lotus, like the beast it is, Susan just whacking away at Rise underneath his own turret. Did not care whatsoever. Picks up the kill for himself. And that is going to be them. They are doing fine for themselves. S8UL continue their undefeated streak in Legends Ascend without even dropping a single game in any series.
Yeah, without even dropping a single game, and today playing all the random roles that they wanted to for themselves, still winning out. This was a closer game than game one, honestly, but still, like, I don't think the result was ever in doubt. Again, S8UL just showing how strong they are. They don't even need to play their main roles to win against some of these teams. So that does ring some sort of alarm bells for everyone else. But for the side of S8UL, I think they'll be very happy with the performance, especially knowing that they weren't playing their main roles today and were having fun, honestly. playing this
Yeah,
game.
I think they were having quite a bit of fun. The bot side, at least game 2 wise, maybe a bit dicey for their side between Infi and Catport earlier on in the laning phase, but later on, Infi comes alive after his pentakill. Catport, every time with the stolen Amumu ultimate, comes into these fights, getting 3-man, 4-man, stolen Amumu also being very good. Lotus is just a huge tank in front. RTO is pretty much unkillable. Every single time they had to go for him was pretty much a 4-man or 3-man gank up onto wherever he was on the side lane. And then Infi barely getting touched in team fights, dealing his damage. Harambe tried his best to kite out everything that was being dealt at him, but unfortunately his team wasn't backing him up. The peel wasn't there for him. He was just trying to do whatever he could do. And at the end of the day, unfortunately, Syndicate go down in 0-2 fashion to S8UL Esports and continue a bit of that slightless, winless run that they've been having given the entire duration. Yesterday they had a couple of good games, but today, unfortunately, against the behemoth that is S8UL Esports, they have fallen once again. And like you said, a very important part, S8UL Esports weren't even playing their proper roles in both games. First game, Kratos is the only one who got his role. Second game, RTO is the only one who got his role. And even then, they dominate like this.
Yeah, 100%. Not even playing their main roles, but doesn't really matter too much. Infi was able to get a pentakill for himself on the Aphelios. Good job done by Lotus as well on the Nasus. Had a horrible start to the game. Only the 4 CS, 1 camp picked up at around 2.5 minutes, but still was able to come back, pick up the double kill towards the top side of the map. And RTU as well in the last team fight just melts the Kaisa alone, who decided to Killer Instinct in to the RTO ultimate, the Ilawi ultimate, and ended up dying. I think that was the game as well. If you kill the Fed Kaisa first in any sort of team fights, I think that just indicates the end. And so it was, still not playing their main champions, main roles even, still winning out games. So I think, yeah, I mean, what else do we say? It is just such one-sided affair when S8UL is on the map in South Asia.
It's exactly like that. I think a bit of overzealous. They blow so much on RTO at that time. There's not much left for the carries of S8UL to face at the end of the day because they have such good peel coming out. But yeah, like you said, domination coming in. That's going to be your 2 BO3s of today. The first one was also a pretty good matchup. It was a bit topsy-turvy, but still domination whatsoever. For the side of Kakao Gaming, they did really well for themselves. The 2-0 picked up for them against SUVO, who we thought maybe were the dark horses in this tournament, but unfortunately, of as recent, haven't been picking up much more points. They've been stagnant in that leader table with that around 6 to 8 points at the same time at the 4th position, albeit right now, but that can change at any time whatsoever, given below them there's just maybe a 1 or 2 point difference between the teams just below them. So they have to start picking up points in next series. I know it was a tough matchup today against Kakao Gaming, but against maybe some of the easier teams, they have to look in some of these points.
Yeah, 100%. Again, the battle for the top 4 still goes on. Still not a single team that is looking like that's going to grab the points there. As we look at the end game scorecard, a bloodbath, 32 kills and 28 deaths for the side of S8UL. 10,000 gold lead when they won the game, 10 turrets to 2, 3 dragons to 2, 1 baron picked up, the void grubs and rift herald were picked up by the side of Syndicate and the Atakan as well. So it was a close game. It was a very back and forth game. Game time 34 minutes and 34 seconds, so that's looking quite pretty as well. But yeah, a close game, but I don't think the result was ever in doubt.
It wasn't, honest to God, because both side it was looking maybe that's the avenue that Syndicate can get back into, but Infi after his pentakill gets pretty fair. He's also no longer on the weak side. He's playing well at the same time. So yeah, doubt was not there. We even predicted it was a 2-0 going to the series, and that's exactly what we got. And the guy, traditionally the ADC for the side of S8UL Esports, will be picking up the MVP, this time on the jungle role, on Susan, on Nasus. 11, 2, and 13. Like you said, had a very tough time early on when Shaikan went for that early invade, picks up his camps, was down maybe only at 4 CS, like you said, at the 2.5 minute, 2:45 minute mark. And he did a good job recovering for that. The double kill definitely helped. He was a mammoth in the front line. He was a lot observing tank damage, and he was being crucial for how he has to play it. At the end, this is going to be your head-to-head. It's going to be Harambe Major. Well fought from the ADC, from Syndicate. He did his best to guide, especially the Ash had a couple of flashy plays bot side with the Kaiser dominates his lane at least. But it's going to be Infi on the other hand, traditionally the jungler for the side of S8UL Esports, but this time with the mid and with his ADC Aphelios, gets a 21, 6 and 25 assists for himself, 8.2 CS per minute to the 6.5 CS per minute for Harambe. The damage is still maybe on the same, still 5k difference, 65k for Infi, 60 for Harambe, and at the end of the day, 3k gold more for Infi.
Yeah, and a pentakill as well. Let's not forget that he was the Filios did get the pentakill. I think it was long overdue as well for one of these guys to pick that up. So that has happened as well on the off roll, but he, gets that one. As we look at the league table, 6 wins, no losses, not even a single game for the side of S8UL, as they are running perfectly in this one. 18 points, and Kakao Gaming 4-1 right now, only loss coming out to S8UL, sitting at 11 points, and then Revenants winning their 3 matches, and the 2 losses are to the teams that are above them in the standings right now. So they are sitting at 10 points, and then it's a clutter of 5, 6, 7, 8 points. Any of these teams on any of these given day can climb up to that 4th spot that is being held by SUVO haters as of now, but they have played one more game than PNX Ascension.
Exactly, they have played 2 more games than PNX Ascension. And yeah, PNX Ascension did have a very slow start to the tournament, with games being dropped against Poro Patrol, against RPG, but now have looked like the form that they were in qualifier 1. Now maybe look to pick up points, and SUVO haters, high time they start doing the same. They have, I think, just one more game to play, so they have to definitely get 3 points in that. Otherwise, it could be a problem for them, and definitely looks like Ascension are more of the favorites to get that 4th spot for themselves. Because I think the top 3 are going to be the same. It's going to be S8UL, it's going to be Kakao, it's going to be Revenants, and like you said, the 4th spot is what's to fight about for these teams. And the other teams, even though maybe they can't qualify right now, they get valuable experience playing such a high tournament like Legends Ascent for the future tournaments that they will be playing.
Yeah, 100%. PNX, as you spoke about, did win their series against SUVO haters 2-0. I think that was the battle of the 4th spot as well. Syndicate are in the mix. I mean, unfortunately that they have to play against S8UL today, but that's one out of the bag now, so they can focus on the other matches and hopefully triumph in those and make their claim for the 4th spot. But for now, I think this will go on till the end. There's still another fortnight left till the league stages are done, so 2 more weeks of these matches are going to come in, and that's when we will see the final table and hopefully our top 4 as well.
Yeah, that's when we will see it. It's already shaping up pretty much the way we were maybe predicting it at the beginning of the tournament, just given how these teams have played before, how they qualified into Legends Ascent. So it is looking like that, and especially that Kakao has got more games underneath their belt. And yeah, it has been a couple of upsets here and there throughout the entire tournament, but today at least were the expected results, and they came out in 2-0 fashion. But that's it from me, Mandas, alongside Kaka. This is it for League of Legends Legends Ascent just for this weekend. We will be back next Friday, so don't go anywhere, and we will see you on the next day.
Alright, yeah. 1, 2, 3, mic check, what's up? 2, 3 on my back, it's up. Light years ahead, just call me Buzz. Hitting a shot and sync with the buzz. I feel like Joel and be the process, yeah, I trust. Accolades got them swallowing the words, cause I know that they doubted us. Touch her, touch, can't touch this. I know they throwing that dirt on my name. When I check on my tag, it be spotless. Look in the mirror and snap my fingers and point like you know you got this. Winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man, winning man. Who gon' stop this? No one. Give it all I got. I'm going to the top. I'm going in. Right on the way to the top. 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 I'm going in. Flip the lead and I stick it. I came from the bottom to the top, but I'm not finished. I just needed me a minute. Standing attention, lieutenant. I gotta get up and get it. All I'm focused on is winning. I got a cheat code. We win until the clock gon' hit Z. Whoa, I'm fighting my way back like I was Nemo. Do it, I am a dynamic dude. Whoa, win and win. That's right, my nickname is winning. Gotta walk in the building, gotta inspire the children. When they see my ambition, I'm not the